everyone, and welcome to another Sovereign Citizen Watch. How's everyone doing? Actually, today's a Sovereign Citizen Spotlight. Sorry, I misspoke. You have no idea what we're about to take a look at today. These goddamn people. So, you might remember this gentleman from the last... Am I quiet? Hold on. Hello, hello, hello. Is that better? There we go. Sorry, I think I had the gain changed a little bit. Better? Better? I'm seeing the thing. Better? Much? Good. Sorry about that. I turned down the gain accidentally. Welcome, everyone, to another Sovereign Citizen Spotlight. Today, we are looking at a channel that you might recall from the last Sovereign Citizen Watch, Power Inherent in the People. Now, this is the head and founder of Power Inherent in the People, and he has been doing what I think, in my opinion, might be practicing law without a license. Which, I don't know if you know this. That's illegal. But hey, when have sovereign citizens ever let a license stop them from doing something they shouldn't be doing without it? So, welcome. We are also going to have an update. She is a part of this too. So if you remember last Sovereign Citizen Watch, we also had the woman who was in the traffic stop, was driving without a license and registration, etc. She had her first court appearance. So we're going to check that out, which is related because, again, she's on this channel. We have some other traffic stops that were posted to this channel, and basically we're going to deep dive into what these guys are doing. What is this guy? Who is he? How did he get into this? So it should be good. My initial, if anyone cares, read is, I do think he believes this stuff, but he's also like a hustle culture bro who fell into this. It's kind of interesting. It started when he was doing a cannabis grow operation that the feds busted in on. Now, hey, I don't think weed should be illegal. I think the federal, prohibition of weed is stupid. But I don't think it's a good reason to fall for a bunch of pseudo-legal bullshit and start scamming other people, which seems to be what this guy decided to do. So that's fun. Harold Elbelman with a 46-month streak says, 2 months shy of 2 years here. Happy Pride, y'all. And I've got to say, signing up for a Twitch account through Prime so I could comment here was one of my better decisions. If you're on the fence about it, I promise the community here is really all kinds of welcoming. Join us. And honestly, as much as I enjoy YouTube, the community on Twitch is better. YouTube is full of occasional crackpots will show up. But I do love my YouTube viewers. You're all wonderful. Welcome everyone on YouTube. Could you do me a favor and like the stream? It helps. Thank you very much. Let's get the other stuff out of the way. If you want to help support the stream, you can always do so by becoming a subscriber or gifting subs here on Twitch. You can also do so becoming a member or using super chats on YouTube. All right, we can get into it. Oh, what else? We did reach the tip goal if you missed that, so the next week, while I'm off of work most of the week, I'm going to be working on my first edited video back in some years of doing edited content, so that's going to be good. It's going to be about medbed scammers. Remember how people ask me what kind of music I like, and then I'm like, I don't know, I like all sorts of things. Turns out that's not true. Well, I do like some other stuff too. Turns out all the music I listen to, Spotify has informed me, is progressive rock. I did not know that. Apparently, the music I like is, the vast majority of it's progressive rock. So, I didn't know that term applied to the things I listen to. I've heard the term before, but I thought that meant, 70s British rock, which was incorrect, because it started in the UK in the 70s. But, it's not exclusively that. So I'm into progressive rock. Apparently. Learned that yesterday. Alright! So, let's see. Alright, I think we're all caught up. Cool beans. Let me take another drink of this, and then we'll jump right in. Alright, music off. Let's go. Let's go ahead and start with the update on this case, just because, frankly, it's interesting. So if you remember, she was convinced by Power Inherent in the People and her boyfriend, seemingly, into doing all this sovereign citizen stuff. And this is going to be a pretty textbook example of someone trying to pull the SovCit script in court and it not working even a little bit.
Taylor.
What am I drinking? Coke. It's always Coke.
Leslie.
Well, usually Coke Zero.
25 CR 250. Good
Yes, Your Honor.
afternoon, Miss Leslie. Miss Leslie, you're charged by way of information on or about May 21, 2025 in Butler County, Kansas, with interference with law enforcement, a Class A non-person misdemeanor. Count 2, same date and location, no proof of insurance, a Class B non-person misdemeanor. Same date and location. Count 3, no driver's license in possession, an unclassified non-person misdemeanor. Though, then count 4, same date and location, failure to register vehicle and unclassified.
Yeah, this is, by the way, if you don't know, a lot of the court videos I get are courtesy of Old Squishy Gardener's Court Watch, which is a really great channel where they literally just post, like, clean uploads for the most part. They add text commentary
Constitution of the
occasionally,
State of Kansas.
but it's usually just the clean videos. So if you ever want to check that out, here is a link to Old Squishy Gardener's channel.
This. But, and Your Honor, before these proceedings advance further, I must respectfully challenge
She almost said before these proceedings proceed. Gotcha.
this court's jurisdiction in toto and move for immediate dismissal of all charges. I hereby invoke the burden shifting doctrine established.
Take a look at the court's eye, or the judge's face during a lot of this. He's genuinely seemingly in awe that he is seeing a sovereign citizen in person. I don't know if he's just never seen one before, but he's shocked, and it's kind of incredible.
In State v. Shepard in
You
2000.
switch to Coke Zero, you think you prefer it over regular Coke. In terms of taste, I think Coke Zero without caffeine is better, because caffeine is, like, quite bitter. So with the Coke Zero, because it has artificial sweeteners instead of regular sweeteners, it's a little bitter. But when you take out the caffeine, it tastes pretty nice.
9 and State v. Seams in 2004, which places the affirmative burden upon the prosecution to establish by sworn non-hearsay allegations within the four corners of a valid charging instrument that every element of the alleged offense and my
Oh, he has seen them? He just seems so shocked. I don't know if I've seen any of his SovSit videos.
commission thereof has been properly established. The threshold matter of jurisdiction must be adjudicated prior to any
GA 528 or 5237, thanks for following.
other proceedings, as articulated in Ex parte Young in 1908 and recognized by the Kansas Supreme Court. Jurisdiction is the fundamental prerequisite to all jurisdictional proceedings. The legal maxim ex injuria just non autora, law does not arise from injustice, applies to
That's confident use of Latin right there.
these proceedings in their entirety.
Look at her! She's so proud! Oh no! That's a shame. What a shame. She could be doing so much. I'm low compared to the video. Here. Better? Is that better? Hopefully that's better.
Okay.
I'm trying to turn up the gain enough, but so it doesn't, like, blow out the mic. Oh, there she is looking at her boyfriend in the corner. There she is looking because she's being coached. Jesus Christ. This poor woman. Like, hey, she's an adult, you know? I'm not gonna infantilize her. This is still her call. She is surrounded by people telling her bad information, though. Ugh.
And the court finds that Miss Leslie is appearing as a sovereign citizen before the
Reminder that when the traffic stop happened and the cop called her a sovereign citizen, she wouldn't let it go. She absolutely hates being called sovereign citizen. It's like a trigger word for her. So the look on her eyes, in her eyes rather, the second he says it, so good. So good.
court, and the court once
I
again.
object.
I object. I think what you called me is super mean, even though it's accurate. I think it's mean and it hurts my feelings. I object.
I object to any of that
Is this the woman from the SovSit panel discussion last week? Indeed it is.
derogatory. It's very biased. I move for immediate.
It's not bias to accurately describe what you are doing, ma'am. I understand that it might hurt your feelings to be called a sovereign citizen, but it accurately describes the group that you are a part of. It's just a fact. And if you don't understand that, then I suggest you do more looking into what you believe, and not just from people that already believe it, but maybe from some skeptical sources that can provide you with an alternative perspective on what you've been told, because you have been sold an entire cart full of baloney. It's nonsense. None of this is true. You need a license, you need registration, you need insurance. Like, you need these things to drive on public roads, and driving has nothing to do with commerce. I've seen your edition of Black's Law Dictionary. It's about 100 years out of date, and you're reading it wrong anyway.
Any of that derogatory, it's very biased. I move for immediate dismissal on those
Denied.
grounds. And
Court
disqualification.
Court overrules the motion for dismissal of the case.
On
Court overrules dismissal
this is
of the
prejudice
case.
and
The court will find that Miss Leslie, that the court does find it has jurisdiction to proceed, and subsequently the court
I-
says
She's looking. You can see her looking at the person. Frankly, I think she should be called into court, because she is clearly getting coached by her boyfriend or someone else. Like, look at this. Look at her. I don't know. If I was paying attention and I was the judge, I'd question whether or not this was okay.
court
I
sets your next
object. You
appearance
called me
date.
a sovereign citizen. I object. You called me a sovereign citizen.
You
Yes.
called me a sovereign citizen. That's not allowed. It's allowed.
Yeah.
That is prejudice and bias. And
No
it-
prejudice
it
or
declares
bias
for
is asserted
immediate
as to
dismissal of my
yourself.
case.
However, the court, as opposed to trying to write down docket notes to that effect, is just recognizing what you are advising the court, that the court has no jurisdiction over you.
Yeah, it's descriptive, not prescriptive. It's describing what you are doing. What you are doing is sovereign citizen rhetoric. Period.
And based on your statement made to the court. Subsequently, the court does find you've posted a $3,000 cash bond. $3,000 cash bond has been made. Court does accept the same. And the court does schedule this matter next before Judge Webster on Monday.
By the way, Webster's gonna eat her alive. Webster is the judge that we've talked about that I've joked is me from the future, because we look a little bit similar, especially when I'm wearing glasses. Webster's pretty no-nonsense. She's not, like, mean or cruel most of the time, but, like, she's a pretty no-nonsense judge. So, yeah, I don't think that's gonna go very well for her. If she tries to pull this shit in front of Webster, it's gonna go bad immediately. So if the person who's in this video, if this young woman, Sydney, sees this video, you have time before you see Webster. Do not... You know what? I'm not a lawyer. I'm not gonna give you legal advice. Just from person to person, I think that it's a bullshit idea for you to do this. I don't think it will go well. That's not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer. In my experience as someone who watches Sovereign Citizens, though, never once has it gone well. Certainly not in front of Judge Webster, but never in front of any judge that I'm aware of.
August 11, 2025 at 9 a.m. Monday, August 11, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge Webster. Once again, Monday, August 11, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge Webster. You do need to participate by Zoom process at that point. Subsequently, the court finds that Miss Leslie has not requested court-appointed counsel. Court does not appoint counsel at this point. The court does find that she has posted bond.
She's holding up her script. Enhanced arraignment script. For Zoom appearance in Butler County. Oh my god! Are they making them specifically by county now? Or did she take an already existing sovereign citizen script and just run it through, like, ChatGPT to make it specific to this county? Which doesn't do any, like, it's... Again, a misuse of ChatGPT, but whatever.
In the amount of $3,000 cash, $3,000 cash bond, and the court has scheduled her next appearance date before Judge Webster on Monday, August 11, 2025 at 9 a.m. Any other matters to...
She's not even paying attention to the court. She's talking to her boyfriend. She's holding the cart, like, she has the paperwork in front of her face so she can mute the microphone so they can't tell she's talking to someone. But it's like the most obvious thing ever she's doing. She's clearly looking up and talking. Like, hello, ma'am, we can see what you're doing. Who are you getting advice from? Certainly not an attorney, so who's giving you legal advice right now?
come before the court, Mr. Sweeney
No, Your Honor.
and Miss Leslie.
Miss Leslie, are you paying attention, or are you talking to someone that's not part of this proceeding to get bad advice that's going to ruin your life? Miss Leslie?
Your Honor, my jurisdictional challenge is predicated upon multiple independent grounds, each sufficient to warrant dismissal.
Denied!
First, I challenge personal jurisdiction pursuant to Kansas Rule of Civil Procedure. I appear specially, not generally, and have not consented to this court's jurisdiction.
Denied! Consent is irrelevant!
The record before this court is devoid.
You can legally give her the following legal advice. Get a lawyer. I would say that's colloquial advice. Ma'am, Miss Leslie, get a lawyer. Get a lawyer. Get a lawyer and get a license. Because this is going to keep happening. You're going to make your life worse and worse and worse and worse. Eventually, they will lock you up for this shit. If you continue to drive, and it is driving, you can call it traveling, whatever. If you keep doing this, they will eventually put you in jail.
Of evidence establishing proper jurisdiction over my person as a living woman rather than a legal fiction or corporate entity, as distinguished in Hale v. Hinkle in 1906, and recognizing Kansas jurisprudence. Second, I challenge subject
I'm sorry, ma'am, did you just cite a case law from 1906?
matter jurisdiction pursuant to Kansas Rule of Civil Procedure 60-212.
I know it being old doesn't make it irrelevant, but often with stuff like that, you know. Like, there was one that I saw cited earlier that was from 1929 that was completely misrepresenting, but that's a different thing. Get to that later.
2. B1. No verified complainant from any injured party has been filed as required by KSA subsection 22-2301 in Butler County Local Rule 3.1. The perpetrated charges arise from actions of agents of the state acting under a color of law, not from a legitimate controversy between adversarial parties withstanding as required by Article 3 jurisprudential principles adopted by Kansas courts in State ex rel. Morrison versus Celebius. Third, I challenge territorial jurisdiction. The alleged incident occurred after I had ceased operating my conveyance and was exercising my unalienable right to travel, placing it outside the territorial jurisdiction.
You do not have an unalienable right to drive a car on public roads or to travel by automobile on public roads as a driver. That's not how it works. The right to travel, which I think is based on the penumbra of the 14th Amendment, if I'm remembering correctly, is talking about generally interstate travel. Right? It's talking about your ability to go from place to place. It's not about how you do it. Using specific conveyances, be it a car or an airplane, can require licensing, and they do.
Of traffic enforcement under KSA subsection 8-244, which by its plain language applies only to licensees who have voluntarily entered the regulatory framework. Fourth, the prosecution cannot establish the corpus delicti of the alleged offenses.
The corpus delicti would be the evidence that the crime even happened or that the infraction happened, and in this case, the evidence of that is the fact that they have shown that you didn't have a license or a license plate. There you go.
As held.
Altered Undying says, Hannah, I sent you a PM in Discord. Please laugh. Do not share. Also, chat seems to be missing. Oh, from my thing. Wait, what do you mean chat seems to be missing? No? Oh, everyone was quiet. Yeah. That happens when people don't chat for a little bit. Okay, that is funny, Alter.
Followed by the Kansas Supreme Court in State v. Stern in 2015, the corpus delicti rule serves as a safeguard against convictions based on false confessions or statements. One cannot.
Okay, you didn't make a false confession or a confession of any kind, and you didn't make a false statement. The corpus delicti of this case has nothing to do with either of those things. So what are you talking about? Like, Sydney, are you even thinking about what you're reading, or did your boyfriend hand you this paper and say, read this? Oh my god, Sydney, for the love of fuck, get some intellectual agency. Make decisions for yourself. Stop it. Get some help.
Interfere
Preferably from a lawyer.
with a peace officer.
A licensed attorney. You know, an attorney at law. Not whatever what's-his-face from fucking Power Inherent in the People believes. He's gotten a fucking LinkedIn. Cameron Wilson. That's his name.
Absent of officers'
I'm good, Amber. How are you?
lawful execution of duties.
Did I see this Reddit post from a sovereign citizen? Let me take a look. Oh, Traveler Plate. That's lovely. Oh, I completely forgot. The reason that I even did this stream today and wanted to is because I think I saw a sovereign citizen today. We were out driving. And hold on, let me show you the license plate we saw. I posted this to Discord. Camera. There we go. It says, God is with her. She will not fail. Psalm 46:5. I don't know if you know this, but that's not a license plate. That's not a license plate at all. This is like, this isn't legal. You can't have that. You can't have that. So she was also driving incredibly erratically. I assume she, because it has a her on the license plate. She was driving incredibly erratically. She was passing with solid lines, without a blinker. Like, I'm guessing, this is just my, like, read on the situation. It might be someone who had their license taken away already, and then they got into the sovereign citizen stuff. They're also clearly very religious, which... kind of scary. Kind of scary that they're in the town I'm in. But maybe I'll run into them again.
Where the initial
Hopefully they don't run into me.
detention was unlawful,
They probably don't have insurance.
as it was here due to lack of probable cause, there can be no derivative crime or of interference. Fifth, the refusal to provide identification is not a crime in Kansas, absent specific statutory circumstances not present here today. This is in support by Brown versus Texas in 1979.
Wait, it said that it allows it in statutory circumstance. I would imagine this is a statutory circumstance because you broke the law. You broke statutes.
The Supreme Court held that detaining a person solely to obtain identification violates the Fourth Amendment absent reasonable suspicion of criminal activity. The principle has been recognized and applied by Kansas courts. In one moment, please, while I gather another statement.
You know, I'll give the judge this. He was patient with her bullshit. He let her get all her bullshit on the record. He didn't have to, necessarily, I don't think. But there you go.
Okay, and another thing is, and this is, may it please the court, for the record, I must now enter an oral objection and motion for disqualification of the presiding judicial officer pursuant to Kansas Rule 2.11
Overruled?
of the Code of Judicial Conduct, as well as controlling.
Does that clack read? Hold on. Okay, a little bit. Looks like it does a little bit.
Principles under the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. During a prior proceeding specifically, that's proceeding, specifically, this court referred to me by the term sovereign citizen, a pejorative classification, which
Pejorative classification, Once again, I need to point this out. People who are not sovereign citizens did not make up the term sovereign citizen. Sovereign citizens did, and then once other people caught on to their bullshit and started accurately noticing, oh, you're a sovereign citizen, they started saying, we're not sovereign citizens. We did not make up this term. People with your beliefs did, and then you guys are now mad that people know your whole shtick. You're mad you're being accurately identified.
Which carries with its government manufactured implications of extremism, frivolous, and legal irrelevance.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what word she mispronounced here. Can't read.
Government manufactured implications of extremism, frivolous, and legal
Pervious?
irrelevance. This label, unprovoked and
Frivolous?
unsupported by any factual
She couldn't read frivolous? Oh, fuck, we're so fucked.
predicate.
Do they not... Am I crazy, or did I hear they don't teach phonics anymore? Do they not teach phonics? We're so fucked. Ugh.
Constitutes
I used to be real addicted when I was a kid to phonics. I was hooked on that shit.
stigmatizing judicial characterization that violates my right to a neutral and detached tribunal. The use of that term
Rogan, thanks for 14 months, says, I'm a sovereign chatter. I have all the rights while following none of the laws. I can hear that in the voice of the woman from the video you're referencing. Such a specific voice.
demonstrates either a prejudiced bias or a judicial predisposition toward delegating the substance of my legal posture. As the Kansas Supreme Court was held, even the appearance of partially mandates.
He just called her a sob sit in this hearing, not an earlier one. Why did she say that? She may have been talking about the fact that they did so at the traffic stop, and also, I don't know if this is the first time she's been to court for stuff like this. I know I know it's not. She had a previous ticket that she mentioned, so she may have been called that previously in a prior, unrelated traffic matter.
Recusal, and here the record reflects actual prejudice in open court. Wherefore, I respectfully move this.
Wherefore? Ma'am, I don't believe you've ever had the term wherefore in your life. Just talk like a person.
Honorable Court to dismiss all charges with prejudice for lack of jurisdiction, issue a finding that the prosecution has failed to meet its burden of establishing jurisdiction, order the immediate return of all my property seized, including the 251 USD, confiscated and converted to a reloadable Visa card without my consent, order the expungement and permanent sealing of every associated.
That's actually funny. Do they take your cash and then give it back to you once they take it as a card? I think that's pretty fucked up. I don't think they should do that. Even if technically they're giving you, like, something of equal value back, I don't think that's right, for the record. I think they should give you back the cash directly. I don't think that's cool.
Record pursuant to KSA subsection 22-2410, award compensation for the full measure of damages sustained, including costs for my automobile window repair, bail costs, and compensation for unlawful.
Was it before him because she's saying it as a reason for him to recuse himself? Maybe she just meant earlier in this hearing and not an earlier hearing, unless he was also the judge on the previous case?
Detention and deprivation of liberty, grant such and other and further relief as this court deems just and proper. The breaking of my automobile window without warrant or probable cause of a shovel and search and confiscation of my currency constitutes violations of clearly established rights for which the law provides remedies pursuant to the maxim ubi jus ibi iridium, where there is a right, there is a remedy. I reserve all rights without prejudice, waive none, and maintain my special appearance for the sole purpose of challenging jurisdiction and preserving my alienable rights as secured by the Constitution for the United States of America and the Constitution of the State of Kansas. And thank you for
Charlie on YouTube says she's doing pretty good, honestly. I don't think she is. At all. What? How could you? What? What do you mean?
hearing me. I do appreciate you, Your Honor, and thank you for your time.
And once again, matter is set before Judge Webster on Monday, August 11, 2025, 9 a.m.
I wish it was sooner. Fuck, we're gonna have to wait so long for an update on this one. Don't get me wrong, she's still on the other channel talking about stuff, or at least she seems to be a semi-regular contributor. But, like, damn. Oh, reading out loud? I'm very judgmental about people reading out loud because I'm an asshole. No, okay. I'm a fast reader. I'm a good reader. I am fully cocky on that point. So when I listen to other people read out loud, it not only do I get so fucking frustrated because I have ADHD and I just want to fucking, no, just let me read it. What are you doing? It also just pisses me off and makes me disappointed in other human beings.
By Zoom. There being nothing.
To be clear, I recognize that's me being a judgmental asshole. I understand everyone. I was very lucky in I was influenced to read quite young, and the school I went to actually, for all their shitty science education, because it was a very religious school, so their like science education was dog shit. But the reading program was great, because they wanted us to read religious books. So like I learned to read really well young. So I got lucky in that aspect, but still.
Nothing further to come before the court. Court is in recess, and have a good day, Miss Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Don't worry, she'll get arrested for doing this stuff again between now and August. You're almost certainly right, honestly.
And
She
Mr.
probably
Sweeney,
will.
that's the last case I show on the first appearance docket.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
You too.
All right. So this is the gentleman that runs the channel. Power inherent in the people. Let's listen to him talk some, shall we? He was in a conference somewhat recently. This is from 3 weeks ago. The Sovereignist Citizen of the Land, Day 1.
PIIT.
Look at how many people are at this fucking thing. Look at all these people who are going to get super arrested for doing dumb shit this guy told them.
P.com. So again, my name is Cameron Wilson. I'm really happy that y'all are here. I came to Brandon. Well, it's pretty wild because I have been watching Brandon, and I had already been studying this stuff for quite a long time. There's no doubt about it. But I never pulled the trigger on anything because nobody had put any pieces together fully without giving everything. You know how they just sprinkle the information a little bit here and there, and you don't fully get it, and you're like, what the hell's going on? So I've been probably studying this, though, I've been studying just autodidactic researching, I want to say 15, 16 years, but I come from the history side of things, right? So I'm real big in the...
Okay, I should explain this guy's background a little bit. Based on a little bit of looking into his LinkedIn and stuff, he has no legal background whatsoever. So looking at his LinkedIn, which is public, let's see, he started at a weed company that he started. I don't know what it is with sovereign citizens and getting started at weed dealing, but he was a grower, so he did weed growing in his house, which, to be clear, was legal at the state level. However, he got busted by the feds at some point, and he has a video about that. He's also been a sales consultant for multiple businesses. This is says researcher, but I'm pretty sure this is a company he made up. Like, I don't mean like it never did. I mean, I think he made this company. So, like, I don't know if that should really count. And then his most recent jobs are a senior sales consultant at a, I think it's like concrete sealing or something. It's treatments for concrete. Which there's nothing wrong with doing that job, to be clear. I have nothing against those things. It's just that he has no legal background. He's done a bunch of random sales jobs and tried to do a weed business. Why does this make him an expert on anything? It doesn't. He's full of shit. Or, if he's not full of shit, he's just way too self-confident. He has way more confidence than knowledge.
Aspect of figuring out what America was.
You ever heard the term a little knowledge is a dangerous thing? I think sovereign citizens are the poster child of that saying.
What's up? Oh, you want me deeper? Oh, okay. I got you. All right, so let's get a little bit deeper. Okay, so anyways, so I come from the history side of things. My thing was trying to figure out what's going on with aspects of just the lies, the travesties of America in and of itself. And as I got into that, I got deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into finding aspects of America that nobody speaks about, that they intentionally hide on purpose. And
those crafty historians, as we all know, historians love hiding historical fact.
I really want you to know from the bottom of my heart, if y'all ever want to learn about this, you can. America's got really, really, really deep ties.
Just a Peach says, isn't sealing driveways and things scam people pull on old people? I have no idea. I really don't know. And I would never make accusations that this man is a scammer and taking advantage of people and duping them into giving him money. I would never call this man a barely competent scam artist. Why would I do that? Why would I ever do that to this man?
To the Bible. I'm just going to say it like that. We're standing on the Holy Land, and you may not understand.
Does he? Is he one of the people who thinks that the biblical lands are in America? Does he think Egypt and fucking Jerusalem and shit was in America? That's a conspiracy theory that we've covered on Tinfoil Tuesdays. I know how to find them, huh?
That yet, but I can teach you and I can show you, and I've proven it to thousands of people.
He's proven it. Prove him wrong.
You should really feel
his burden of proof has been completed. Didn't you hear him? He said he proved it.
Blessed to understand that you're on this land of America. That's number one. And if you do, maybe just give yourself a clap for being here, because it's amazing to be here. First of all, yeah, like it's a blessing.
Oh, that's sick of. That's so annoying. Chat, give yourself a hand. You're so good. Aren't you awesome for deciding to spend time with me? Do you feel placated too? You should all be proud of yourselves for being here. What the fuck, man?
Blessing. It's a blessing. It's a blessing. Okay. So I'm doing all my research stuff in the history, and I get to a standstill spot where
That was a Mormon thing? No, Mormons think that a tribe of Israelites went from Jerusalem to the Americas and then became the indigenous people of the Americas. And then Jesus showed up, and there's fucking Moroni, and it's a whole thing.
I've really gotten to the deepest, or one of the deeper aspects of just the name of America itself, like one of the oldest names that nobody talks about. Once I got to that point, I kind of backed away because I'm waiting for others to kind of catch up, I guess, if that makes sense, like other independent researchers. And but within this, doing the
independent researchers, or as I call them, bullshit artists.
History aspect, I found myself, right? I found out what I was, what our ancestors knew about what we were, and I implemented that knowing within myself. One of the biggest things as far as power inherent in the people, Operation Wise Dome, is the fact we have a slogan.
Operation Wise Dome. Get it? Like wisdom, but it's a wise dome.
Is I am you, we are us, and we are all a part of the great I am, right? So that's what was really cool when I heard William earlier do his introduction. It was all based, it was based on that I know who I am, right? I understand that, or understand that and overstand that. And as you get to enter...
Oh, we got an overstand. That's good.
Over...
These people's idea of epistemology, and I know we're a little bit past this, but when he says, they knew this, and now I know this, I think their entire idea of what epistemology is just like a gut feeling. Like, that's what they think it is. I feel good about this. I know it.
Because we're never understanding, because we stand under nothing, right? The only thing we stand under is our great creator, if you understand that, if anything. So what happens is I start figuring out who I am, how I am a creation of the creator. Just briefly, back in 2011, I'm going to walk a little bit. Back in 2011, I was still in Texas. I'm from Texas, Dallas specifically.
Okay, too much walking.
And
I do think he was a little bit stiff when he was just over in the right, but now he's doing too much walking. Like, I'm not an expert on this, but I did, like, do public speaking classes in college and stuff, and he needs to loosen up. He needs to loosen up, but not so much that he's just, like, wandering around and diverting the attention to people following him all around the room. You want a little bit of movement, maybe, depending on the space. If it's relatively informal, which this is, it's okay to move around a little, focus on different members of the audience. But, like, you don't want to walk around the room like this. That's way too distracting. If it was more formal, maybe you'd have a podium and you would just stand there. But, like, I get, this is a more casual event. That's fine to walk around, but you don't want to distract people.
And what ended up happening, excuse me, brother. What ended up happening is I got into a car wreck with an 18-wheeler, okay? It was purple lightning, thunderstorms. I'm in a slow lane. We hydroplane over, and then we get in front of an 18-wheeler, and he pushes us. And we just spin out, right? I get in the fast lane, HOV lane. And we okay, I'm all right. I get out the car, man, and my dumb ass, I go see my bumper, maybe about 70 yards behind our car. And I'm thinking about somebody else. I better go get that bumper before it causes another wreck. I get to walking back to my car with that bumper, man. I hear, I turn around, boom. I get hit by a truck doing 75 miles an hour on the highway. So I lost my leg, y'all. I die. Flatline, they brought my ass back. I think I'm supposed to be here.
Oh, fuck. Okay, so I'm glad that you are okay, more or less. I'm glad that you survived that accident. That's great. I'm happy for you. I'm glad that you got very lucky. That's wonderful. I promise you, regardless of your religious beliefs, God did not save your life to peddle bullshit to vulnerable people. And that is what you are doing right now. You are also arguably committing a crime, maybe, hypothetically, in my opinion, because if you go to his services, and I was going to get into this more later, but he calls himself an attorney in fact. But he's using the term incorrectly. See, he does consulting. Now, an attorney in fact is a real thing. We usually don't call it that. We usually call it more colloquially a power of attorney. It's when someone becomes a fiduciary, basically, or someone has the ability to make decisions for certain people or for a trust or something, right? He is using the term to mean, I'm a lawyer, pay me money, and I'll give you a consultation and give you legal advice, but I'm not a lawyer. Which, I don't know if you know that, that's a crime. That's practicing law without a license. That's the unlawful practice of law. And he tries to cover his ass here by saying, thank you for considering my consultation services. Please note, I serve as an attorney in fact, not a licensed attorney at law. This session provides factual guidance only and does not constitute formal legal advice or establish an attorney-client relationship. For representation, please consult a qualified attorney because we present ourselves in knowing. By proceeding, you acknowledge and agree to those terms. Here's the thing. You can say that all you want, Cameron. You're giving people legal advice. You're trying to inform them of what you think would be the ideal position for them to go moving forward or what you think they should do legally in their cases. That's practicing law. You can try and throw a fucking, like, little disclaimer on there. Say, oh, this isn't a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. This isn't financial advice. It doesn't matter. You're doing the thing. You can't do the thing and then say, I'm not doing the thing. That's what you're doing. You're robbing a bank and going, I'm not robbing a bank, by the way. You can't arrest me. Alien Deep Dish, thanks for the raid. Welcome. Go check out Alien Deep Dish here on Twitch.
And y'all supposed to be here too. And I am so thankful that y'all are here. So God's really put a mission in my life. You know, I've gone through a lot of tragedy, for real. There's been a lot of things.
I don't know. If God told me to go scam people, I'd probably find a different religion. Or get a CAT scan.
Things that has brought me to the place where I'm at now. And I can't say that I'm necessarily proud of each and every one of those things, right? But the fact is I'm here now. And where I'm at, I think, and where y'all are at is growing into knowing who you are so that you can bring that onto the rest of the world for all the generations to come, right? That's what we're supposed to be. We only have a limited amount of time here. Whether we've been here before and we can remember or not, we have this time right now and we have to.
He's into a lot of woo-woo. Wow, okay. Oh, I really don't need a new nemesis right now. I'm dealing with other shit, man!
Make the best of it.
By the way, I don't think I told you guys this. You know how I'm in the middle of editing that 5-hour Marcel video and I have 2 hours down? Since I started that, he's put out 14 hours of new videos about how to be an emperor. So, kind of feel like this is all a Sisyphean task to some extent, but what are you gonna do, you know?
For all that we have. And I'm really happy that y'all are here. So what ends up happening is I'm just getting into my history and I'm watching.
How many Nemesi do I have? Too many.
Brandon, and I'm
joking, by the way. I'm not overly grandiose. I'm making a joke.
looking at other
I don't know how clear that is sometimes.
people, and I think around 2 years ago, I probably found some stuff I was doing some research into as far as like this $14 quadrillion agricultural lien, which I'll show y'all about. We'll go into a little bit, maybe tomorrow.
You've skipped through a few of those. They're 85% just music videos and 15% boring repetitive comments. Oh, the Emperor ones. He did do one that he titled like Straight Pride, and I watched a little bit of that, and it's exactly what you'd expect. Just weird, defensive homophobia. Chitara says, High Priestess, an update on the Temple of Paul's Jello had of the fourth dimension. Jello had... Oh yeah, I remember what that was. Jello had of the fourth dimension. For weeks we've been fighting spirits who keep asking if we want to channel them. Aliens who are like, way more bigoted than we expected. And weirdos who astral project on the weekends. We've run out of cheese and Jello shots to perform communion, as running a supply line into another dimension was a lot more logistically difficult than we originally imagined. Paul preserve us. You got this! You got this! We're opening up a new front in the fifth dimension, by the way, so supply lines are going to get way more strained.
So much today. And as I got deeper and deeper into...
You've been trying to keep up with him, and oh boy, I think he's upset you're going over his BS. Yeah, he might actually murder me.
the research, I just figured out...
As I've said, use this clip for the Netflix documentary. You can use this in the trailer after he stabs me to death in the eye 45 times. Hi, welcome to Netflix. A documentary was made about me being murdered. Also, the new season of Stranger Things is out, and this company is evil and regularly gives money to transphobic pieces of shit. And now they're exploiting my death!
There's more to it. I kind of started off
I don't think my jokes make a lot of sense.
with the right to travel. So I've been doing right to travel since 2016 now, completely. No driver's license, no insurance, no registration, no nada. Why? Because I'm the top. Can't nobody tell me what to do. If I'm a creation of the creator, how am I going to bound myself?
Can you have the film rights to cover the Marcel documentary? You go for it. You go for it.
To tell somebody
Verbal contract.
that, you know, like, I need permission.
You have to give my part to my widow, though.
Do you need permission? Do you need permission? What about you? Do any of you here need permission? No. Why? Why is
No, we don't have to consult society about its laws. We're special little people that can do whatever we want, including break the law, because that would mean I have to participate in society if that's not true, and that's scary.
that? Because you're the highest of authority. You are a
As an individual, you are not.
creation of the creator. We bow down to nothing. What did the first penny say? Can anybody in here tell me what the first penny said? What? Say that loud. Mind your damn business. All right, maybe take out the damn, but that's what the first penny said. Mind your business. There are so many people that died on this land for us to be free.
Yeah, not to be free from following basic laws, to be free from, like, tyranny, or realistically to be free from, like, taxation from, you know, the UK. You know, they weren't doing it so you didn't have to follow any law you didn't like.
Yet we have so many people out here succumbing,
Did I notice the bit where he said, I'm the top? No, I didn't.
to authority. When you're the authority, why are we out here disrespecting our ancestors, or not even I mean, they are. We're all related. We like to say this, play this race game, but it's the human race, right? So if that's the case, why
Glad he's not racist. That's good.
are we not standing on all authority when we had thousands upon hundreds of thousands of people die for us, right? So that's where I come from on that aspect. So
I think his numbers are off on that. I think he's a little low if he's trying to go for every American ever killed in any American war. Maybe he's just going for like revolutionary and civil. I don't know.
yeah, I've been doing the right to travel now for a while. Okay, it's been very empowering to
What's the bit about Caesar and taxes? Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar. Render unto God that which is God's.
to kind of get into these aspects of empowering myself.
That's important because when he does that, Jesus holds up a coin, a Roman coin that has Caesar's face on it.
I've never been arrested for the right to travel. It's 9 years now, y'all. I've been towed.
You can get lucky, man. Oh, so you have been towed, so they just gave you a break and didn't arrest you. So it's legal.
One time I've been towed. And within
You've been very lucky then. Some of your followers have been pulled over multiple times in the last couple of months. You can get lucky when breaking the law. That doesn't mean you should do it or that it's suddenly legal for you to do.
the hour and a half I got
There was a time period where I was pretty broke and I was driving around with an expired registration for like 6 months. I'm not proud of it. I just felt like I had to do it. And guess what? I did eventually get stopped and the cop gave me a warning. And I was like, I'm sorry. I didn't try to be an asshole about it. I was just in a situation where I didn't know what else to do. Like, it sucked, but you shouldn't do it. Never do it intentionally to be an asshole.
my car out. Still no registration, still no insurance, still no driver's license. So it's really about knowing what and who you are, because when you figure that out, you stand on it and you start acting as it, and people start honestly respecting you. They really do. I've got several different cases right now.
Flower Sheep says, I forgot registration was a thing you had to renew until I get pulled over for it. And often they'll let you go with a warning if it's something like that. People make mistakes. People forget things. People get busy. Like, people understand that. If you get a shitty cop, of course, they're not necessarily going to just give you a warning, but a lot of them will. Just don't be a dick. Being white helps too, unfortunately, because cops, but you know.
Who really knows about me? I just want to see a show of hands real quick. Who really knows about me? Some? Okay, not all. Okay. Right now,
There's nothing douchier in a crowd of people than to go, who knows who I am? Don't do that.
well, I guess they're not in default anymore. They were in default. But I got several different court cases right now. And what we do in our group, when did we start? November? Late December. Well, I went on Brandon's channel, I think maybe September or August. He said, dude, you need to start uploading your stuff. I had been saving it forever, never uploaded it nowhere. I just help people in the background. Once I started uploading everywhere, people saw that I'm for real, and I think there's a difference. We've had these aspects of sovereign citizens fighting the police for the longest, right?
Wait, he just used the term sovereign citizen. Am I crazy? Didn't he say not to use that?
Everybody wants to fight the police. Oh, we gonna fight the police. Oh, fuck these police. Oh, do this. You know, it's us against them. When can we get it to where it's us with us again? You see what I'm saying? Like, when can we get it to where we have these police finally saying, we're gonna respect your rights. We're gonna respect your security.
You are unclear about your rights, sir, or at least the belief that you are clear on it is incorrect. You do not have the right to operate an automobile with no license on public roads. That's not a right you have. You can't ask the cops to give you a right you don't have. And to be clear, if you want to spend your time advocating for, like, changes, like if sovereign citizens believed all this and went out of their way to do campaigns and say, picket and say, like, I don't think we should need driver's licenses, pass a bill to ban driver's licenses, I would still think that's silly and a bad idea, but they would be within their rights to do it. You can, like, petition the government to change things. The problem is that they don't even want to do that. They just think they get to demand it's how it already is, and it isn't.
Your sacred, endowed, creator liberties, right? Because it supersedes everything. everything.
Wow, that's crazy that the creator didn't, like, you know, enforce any of those liberties until the Constitution. And even then, very selectively for, like, white Protestant landowning men. Crazy. God's crazy, y'all.
So, yeah, we end up creating this group. It's called Operation Wise Dome. And then Power Inheriting the People. We got
Operation Wise Dome is a dumb name. I'm just putting it out there. He seems proud of it. I kind of feel like he got it from ChatGPT. And if he didn't, that's more embarrassing, because holy shit, you came up with that? I've had some bad puns in my day, but Jesus Christ, what the fuck is the SEO return on that? Operation Wise Dome?
over 300 people. We have over 100 cases right now, both criminal and civil, that we're working on, custody cases.
Hey, fun fact, you're not a lawyer, so you're admitting to crime, allegedly. It's illegal for you to work on cases when you are not a lawyer. This is a crime, allegedly.
Civil case, we got people bringing forth $5.1 million, all doing it themselves. No lawyer. We are the attorneys. We are the high.
No attorneys, sure. We give them the legal advice and tell them what to do, but we're not their lawyer. We're their attorney. Yeah, we'll see if that holds up in court, sir.
Highest of authority. And that's what we teach. And we develop, we use technology like nobody else has been, like.
Let me guess, you use AI to write really bullshit legal filings that are gonna get you sanctioned.
I think we are the first. I don't know. I would say that we're probably the first to do it like this. I haven't seen anybody else do it like this. And the reason I even got involved was because as I'm searching to find someone to give me the information that I'm looking for.
I haven't seen anyone else do it like this, as I say, as I strap a parachute to myself and a pair of wings to try and flap my way off the top of the Empire State Building. I haven't seen anyone do it this way. I'm a genius.
At least help me. Whether it be into the trust game or the law or just any aspect, I couldn't find it. And if I did, they charging $1,000 to give me a little bit. And then they, all right, well, give me a little more, a little bit more. So what we've done is we've been able to come together collectively as a group, which is Operation Wise Dome. Wise Dome is based off of wisdom, which is the most important because everything is based off of knowledge. The problems that we have in our country is the fact that these people don't have the knowledge. They just don't have it. So if we get the knowledge back out in the streets, what we're going to do is we're going to...
Difference between an attorney and a lawyer. I believe an attorney has the ability to represent clients in court, and a lawyer is just anyone who has passed law school. Like, you can be a lawyer and not an attorney, but you can't be an attorney and not a lawyer, I think. Generally. Correct me if I'm wrong.
We're going to have a unification of our...
Except at the Eiffel Tower. Damn it! Yeah, I was gonna say the Eiffel Tower at first, but then someone has already done that. That's where I got the idea from, Just a Peach. You nailed it.
People again, both on the cop and law enforcement side, and then, all together collectively as a group. And that's my mission. My mission is traffic law reform. If y'all don't know this, on my website, you can go on my website again, PIITP.com. You'll see that we have a petition. I think we have over 1,300 signatures now, to where we're at.
Like that, he has a page that he was just talking about where he has this petition. Forget what page it's on, but basically he has a petition where he wants people to sign it to have the government, like, do all this sovereign citizen bullshit. And, like, do I think that that's gonna go anywhere? No, but he has a right to do it. So yeah, if he wants to do a stupid petition that's not gonna get seen or cared about by anyone, more power to him.
Actually,
the lawyer stuff is illegal. The attorney stuff is illegal, allegedly.
Finna bring forth the petition to change traffic law. Because over the past 3 years, just 3 years now, we've had 36 deaths from law enforcement based on traffic stops alone. That's ridiculous. I don't know what y'all talking about. Don't nobody deserve to die off of a sticker.
I would agree. Don't disagree there. That doesn't mean you get rid of traffic laws. That means you train police to better de-escalate situations. That means you train police better to hopefully not end up in a situation where things get to that point. Vet police better. We need a lot of police reforms.
That's crazy to me. And we got to stop that, okay? Because if it's 3,600 people that die, How many more people are affected by those 3,600 people? That's 3,600 mothers. That's 3,600 fathers, children, cousins, grandma, grandpas. That
Did he say 3,600 in a year? That sounds high. Because initially I thought he said 36. 3,600 in a year is fucking crazy. Where's he getting that stat from? I'm not saying that's right or wrong. That just sounds crazy to me.
Over 150,000 people that are affected by these traffic laws. And we got to change them. I mean, we're already getting to autonomous. I ain't seen no autonomous cars till I got here in Austin. I was like, damn, that thing ain't got nobody in that thing. They driving all over. So we already know that we're going to have traffic law reform here soon. Why not do it now? And let us be at the forefront of that, right? What else we got going on? So we got Operation Wise Dome. Again, Wise Dome is based off of wisdom. We do lots of civil litigation.
If you have to explain the pun, it's a shit pun.
Lots of criminal litigation. We got 2 meetings every week. I mean, we stay busy. People be asking me, bro, I don't know how I do it, but we're doing it. And it's very empowering. And I can't wait to share a lot of the things that we've been able to do thus far.
Is he talking all police shootings, wrongful shootings, or minority shootings? He said deaths, like people dying during police traffic stops is what he said.
And yeah, that's my intro. So.
How many of those were someone getting hit by other cars or cops being shot? Because that number does sound high. It's probably including people being hit or something, stuff like that, if I had to guess.
So, sample question 1. How would each of you define sovereign citizenship in its historical context?
Oh my god, they are so fucking upset about the sovereign citizen thing. It's so funny.
Let's go with you, Joey.
Oh man, if they see this video, they're gonna be mad that I titled this Sovereign Citizen Watch. That's okay, they can be mad. That's allowed.
I don't necessarily know if there's a good definition for sovereign citizen because
Sovereign citizen broadly is someone who believes that the laws don't apply to them due to a set of what's the word I'm thinking of? Due to a series of convoluted, esoteric, pseudo-law nonsense often learned from the internet through gurus or other internet spaces. It's not an all-encompassing one. I'm not working for Merriam-Webster, but there you go.
look at it.
Arcane, thank you. Arcane is the word I was thinking of.
This is what I argue in the courts. By the way, Brandon and I have been called sovereign citizens a lot. What the fuck is a sovereign citizen? It sounds
What the fuck is a sovereign citizen? Well, let's see. You're saying that all of the people in your group are being called it, so maybe you could start there and work backwards.
sounds like defamatory language and it's disparaging. So
It's not. It's not disparaging to call you what you are, man. It just isn't. I know you don't like it, but it's not bad. Like, if someone called me like, oh, Hannah, she's a streamer. Yeah, that's what I do. Like, I don't know. It's just a thing. Or if someone said, Hannah's a leftist. Like, yes, I am. Correct. I don't know if you know this, but usually when your beliefs are true, you don't feel bad about people accurately describing them via title. Altered Undying says, here, Hannah, who's a good researcher? Is it me? Is it me? You're doing very good, Altered Undying. Thank you. There we go. Let me see the actual number. See, this says, last year at least 86 people were killed by police in interactions that began as traffic stops. In 2021, it was 117. Yeah, that's way lower than 3,600. So his number has to include accidents that occur at traffic stops, which is still an issue, and maybe cops require more training in making sure people are pulled over all the way or safety procedures during traffic stops. But yeah, his 3,600 number doesn't seem to hold up.
honestly, I don't know how to answer that because I don't know what a sovereign citizen is.
You could Google it. You could literally Google it.
Brandon?
Oh, I know exactly what a sovereign citizen is.
I don't know if anyone's ever been to a conference, but it is always cringe. There are always people trying to make jokes I don't know what happens. You give people a microphone and they think they're fucking funny. I'll tell you from experience, having a microphone does not make you funny.
Woo! Fuck those windows!
Is being loud a joke?
With that said, I mean, you know, it's basically, if I had to answer the question, which I did do in my SBA brief, which only a few fucking people read apparently. I want to go to Justice Taney from Dred Scott versus Sanford. That's where it is. Let me just pull it up very rapidly, and I'll give it to you. Because you fuck.
According to Sam Kinison, it is. Sam Kinison. Oh no. Now I feel bad because I've actually had things where I like from Sam Kinison. He gets a pass.
Don't read my appeals brief that I wrote. It's the first time I've ever written anything entirely on my own without sucking on Joey's tits, and you guys don't even fucking read it. Justice Taney, Dred Scott versus Sanford, 1857. The words, quote, people of the United States, end quote, and, quote, citizens, end quote, are synonymous terms and mean the same thing. They both describe
Sir, the term sovereign citizen didn't pop up until the 1970s, so this isn't going to be helpful at all, just to be clear. The term sovereign citizen comes out of the Posse Comitatus movement that grew out of the resentment for integration in the 70s, because after the Civil Rights Act passed, or the Civil Rights Act of 1969 passed, integration started happening, and oh boy, did a lot of racists not like that. So the Posse Comitatus movement started, which they believed that the sheriff of any given community was the highest authority, and they thought that the sheriff could stop feds from coming in and force integrating stuff. They were incorrect, but they called themselves sovereign citizens. A lot of that grew into the quote-unquote tax protester movement. Sorry, 1965. My bad. Turned into the tax protester movement, and it kind of like atomized into a bunch of other extremist groups and militias, and then it kind of recoalesced a lot of these ideas into the modern sovereign citizen movement we know today.
the political body who, according to our Republican institutions, form the sovereignty and who hold the power and conduct the government through their representatives.
Yes, through their representatives. Are you trying to conduct yourselves and your ideas through your representatives, or are you just throwing your hands up and going, I don't think traffic laws should apply to me because I'm upset? You're not conducting these things through your representatives. You're just taking it upon yourself to break the law.
They're what we familiarly call, quote, the sovereign people, end quote. And every citizen is one of this people and a constituent member of this sovereignty. That's my answer.
That's a bad answer. That's not how it's used today. I don't know if you know this, but words don't necessarily always mean the same thing, and that's also not really what they're referring to. It kind of is interesting to me how upset they are about this title thing.
Reading off your phone is kind of a cop-out, but we'll take it.
Lampshading? That's a joke. Hydrate, will do.
Well, I did the sovereign citizen thing. I mean, that's pretty good, too.
Yeah, I mean, we all want to be sovereign, right? We all want to be free. We want to be the kings of our domain, so.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I want to live in a healthy democratic society with other people because, you know, you need to navigate your wants and needs versus those of everyone else around you, not just near you locally, but in your society as a whole. And the best way that we found to mediate that currently is democracy. I know it's not great. I know it has fucking problems, but I don't know how to break it to you. What you want is worse.
So, next question, though. Thank you for that. What are the most common misconceptions about historical sovereign citizenship? And whether you want to use the oxymoron definition or you want to...
It is an oxymoron. That's kind of part of why it works so well. Green guy with the $3 tip says, Hannah, I did not know if you have heard this, but I saw a lady on the internet calling mansplaining correctile dysfunction. I've seen that before. Funny though.
Just be a free living being. What do you think that, I forgot my question already. What do you think are the most common misconceptions about it? I mean, we all interact with it every day, right?
I wanted to give another definition if nobody knows about sovereign citizen. In 1940, there was a joint resolution. Okay, it was assigned. It was in relation to I Am an American Citizen Day. The president signed it, okay? And in that resolution, joint resolution.
Yeah, he's walking around too much. This guy needs to chill. Again, he's walking around way too much.
For I Am an American Citizen Day, okay? That people take an oath to still to this day. It states that every year, there's about, I think it was 2 million? Yes. It was 2 million? Yeah. 2 million. And this is in a joint resolution now, okay? 2 million young men and women each year become the age of 21, right? Age of majority, I guess, is how they really thought of it. And that, oh man, I almost want to read this verbatim. Let me see if I can read this verbatim real quick.
I'm pretty sure 18 is the age of majority, by the way, not 21.
How do I do it? No,
because age of majority is like when you become an adult, right? Am I crazy?
We're allowing cop-outs. So.
Well,
if I'm wrong, correct me. I might be misremembering that.
Saying every year 21 million people become men and women and they reach the highest, what is it? I almost want to read this verbatim. What is it? The highest? They reach the highest status within our self-governing republic as a sovereign citizen. Literally verbatim, it says, sovereign citizens, when they reach the age of 21 in America, become the highest.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they mean sovereign in the sense that they're no longer dependents of their parents, not sovereign as in the government doesn't have power over them.
Of authority.
The historic age of majority is 21. Thanks for letting me know.
Should appreciate their significance and status within our self-governing republic. I know I didn't answer this earlier, but that's why I wrote my book called Self-Governing, bruh.
To be clear, I pulled this book up. Bruh is not just a thing he put on there. That's in the title. The book is entitled Self-Govern, Bruh. That is the title of the book in full. Self-Govern, Bruh, by Cameron Wilson. He's selling it for $45. And I would bet money, I could be wrong, but considering how much he uses chatbot or LLMs in his videos, I would bet money that he used ChatGPT or another text app to write this book. Just a guess.
This was released about 2 months ago. Self-governing, bruh, okay? And the reason is because sovereign citizens is not what we thought. We look at it in definitions now, but we're not understanding that sovereign is free and a citizen is an American. You got it ready for me, Troy? Troy? Okay, I'm gonna have...
This guy's whole personality is something, isn't it? Oh boy. I like characters. I find people like this so interesting.
I'm gonna have Troy read something for y'all real quick. This is empowering. Watch, I'm gonna show y'all. Come over here, Troy.
And Troy is another foundational member. He's been with us from the start, and
yeah, Operation Wildfire.
He made the trip from Idaho, so that's a pretty long one. Let's go, Troy.
I'm an American. I like America. I want to see it. I Am an American is a challenge to the highest ideals of aspiration, mankind. God damn, is the highest ideals of aspirations of mankind to self-sacrifice and devotion, to loyalty and patriotism, to joyful work and courageous achievement, to magnanimity and charity, to...
Lots of reading on phones for this. This is not how conferences are supposed to go. Talk. You're supposed to have expertise. Talk.
All and malice to none, as we seek to uphold and perpetuate the principles of our republic. And that's what it is. I live an American. I shall die an American, and I intend to perform the duties incumbent of an American till the day I die.
I am a real American.
That's beautiful.
That guy hasn't updated his fit since 1976, by the way. Hairdo, mustache, and all. I am a real American.
And this comes from the
fight for the rights of every man.
1928 military manual, TM 2000, on citizenship. And it's a test of your citizenship that you had to pass back there in order to reach the age of majority.
Well said.
Before they buried it in 1952 and changed it to the Constitution Day in September, and they turned it into more of an immigration thing than a celebration.
Couldn't let us have too much fun.
Right. Yeah, right.
You can celebrate whatever you want. If you want to just start celebrating a thing on a specific day, you can do that. You don't need the government to tell you to. Do you know that? For sovereign citizens, it's weird that you want the government to tell you when to celebrate a thing.
Thank you, sir.
Truman.
I think this is a perfect point to talk about. We collectively are going to have a lot of differences amongst us. There's no doubt about it.
Sovereign citizen, sectarian conflict incoming. All right, I have to pee real quick. While I'm gone, Cher will tell you about, Sherlock Holmes of Baker Street, A Life of the World's First Consulting Detective. This is a book. Is this the first time I've not used a Blu-ray for this? It's a book, which is like a Blu-ray, but analog, and they print it on paper. It's weird. Is that gonna stay? Alright, that'll stay. I'll be right back. Ugh. Alrighty, back at it.
That some people are not going to like me because I have a beard. I have
What?
nephews that are as left as I am far right.
Oh boy.
Brandon and I have a particular relationship where, and I say this, and I haven't openly on his platform, but I love the 14th Amendment as much as he hates the 14th Amendment. I know that's going to Irish. What the fuck did he just say? Throw him out of here. I think the reason why is because it gives me two pieces that I need in court. Access to the courts and equal protection of the law. The fifth also has that in there. But Brandon will get amped up and start texting me because he wants to convert me as much as I want to convert him the other way, and we shouldn't do that. It'll usually lead with a phone call. I'm going to back off. I can tell you're getting upset. No, I don't give a fuck. You're not going to change a 54-year-old guy any more than I'm going to change a 39-year-old Fruit Loop from LA. You know?
I think that's a really bad attitude to have, that you're just at a certain age and now, well, whatever, I'm not going to change my mind. That's a cope. Be flexible in your beliefs, you fucking douche.
I come to, but the point is we're all here collectively into a litigation world that we either say we want to go into or we are actively in that right now. When we bring those differences there, they feed on that. So I'm an American just as much as he's an American, as much as all of you guys are. Now, you're going to hear a lot of people that are very, very passionate about their stance. 14th Amendment hates it. I'm okay with it. Here's why I'm okay with any of that stuff. People are going to quote a lot of shit, and it's going to get you confused, and a confused mind says no, and we all know that. So the reason why I say I don't give a fuck about Reed and Slaughter.
I don't even think that's true. I think a lot of confused people say yes because they don't know what's going on, but they want to be part of the group, or they think these people are onto something. I think that that's a really bad saying. That's not accurate.
House and all of this shit. So last night we had to have cigars until 12:30. We had to hash this out, right? Because this is what we have to do collectively with each other, which is, you know, what are your differences and what are my differences and why are we at that particular point and how can we help each other out with this particular movement? So I think that's important that we recognize that. And when people start quoting you stuff, that's something that they've bought into, a theory typically that hasn't been proven. And
Glass houses, anyone?
they're willing to die on that hill. Does anybody know Dave Champion? Yeah, so I've had I guess the experience and pleasure of being able to talk to Dave at a different level. Great guy. There's nobody, in my opinion, that's better in the tax stuff than a Dave Champion. I mean, honestly, I've talked to him at endless hours as well. He had 2 suits. I'm not going to get into that, but where he's got a permanent injunction to this day.
Not that much of a tax expert then, is he? Does that make me a tax expert because I have 0 lawsuits with the IRS? Am I more of an expert than him? Here's my advice. Do your taxes.
And he's not supposed to talk about this stuff. Well, there's the highest authority that he is in taxation. He's being silenced. So then, of course,
he's not an authority. He's a scam artist. He's telling people lies.
I'm involved. So I said, oh, fuck that. You know, so we've talked about that. We all have our particular lanes and where we can help each other out. We just have to look past. That's it, you know. And we talked about gratitude earlier. If you wake up with a shitty attitude, you're going to have a shitty attitude when you go to bed. If you wake up from gratitude, you're going to most likely have that. There's going to be a lot of stuff come at you this weekend. There's going to be a lot of opinions. There's going to be a lot of people quoting shit. There's going to be a lot of stuff, and you're just, I don't want you leaving here confused, man. I'm telling you, everybody that's...
They came here confused, and they're going to leave confused. Newbie Faye, thanks for a 3-stream streak, says, thanks for streaming. I'd be drinking wine, grape juice with you if I could. It's good. This was Coke, actually, not grape juice. Though I do enjoy grape juice.
Here is trying to move the needle, and they're very passionate about what they are. We're going to have differences. I haven't seen anybody come to blows yet. But there's a good fuck you every now and then, you know. There's a good fuck you, and that's okay.
You and me, man, this fuck right here.
Yeah. So anyway, sorry for that interruption, but I think it's important to note that because when I see somebody grab the mic and say, "This says this," that's okay. It's okay to quote that. But here's where I've found that it's very important. In the courts, what I am so passionate about. Last night, what we came to, by the way, in our cigar smoking session is I'm tactical and he's a purist. And when you look at those two things, he will define you.
It's just interesting seeing these people self-aggrandize. And I know they're not like being like, I'm the greatest person ever. But like they are genuinely people on the internet with no information that's accurate, circle jerking each other off about incorrect research they've done. And then they're acting like they have specific domains in which they're proficient. It's very strange.
You to fucking death. I'm wanting to get in and kill you. From a tactical procedural standpoint, because I know you're lying to me, attorneys. So he's wanting to pound
Paranoid much?
definitions down their throat.
I just know I must be right about this nonsense research I've done all on my own without going to law school. It's just that every single lawyer in the entire country is lying to me about the truth.
To show them that he truly knows the material, which is great. I've got my face painted and I got a fucking sword and I want to kill you because I know you're procedurally lying to me, whatever that is. So anyway,
Fun fact, don't kill people with swords. Just ask the Red Ranger from Wild Force how that turns out.
We have a lot of experience in this room, and I think a lot of people are really wanting to go down the path, but just don't get confused on the methods and all of those things that I think people are going to quote, especially when it comes to case law and decisions. And here's what I tell the attorneys, especially at the appellate level.
Especially?
Case law and decisions. And here's what I tell the attorneys, especially at the appellate.
Especially. How do you spell that, sir? Where's the X in especially? Sorry, I'm a dick. Why am I a dick? I'm such an asshole. That's not substantive criticism. That's bullying.
Level, case law was made to be changed. So when you're going to die on that hill and say, well, the case law said, fuck you. I'm the
Okay, I'll give you your kudos if you get it changed. Until then, that's the case law.
guy that's here to change that case law.
With us, how many months now, you think, in Operation Wise Dome?
About 2 months.
About 2 months. How do you like it?
Oh man, I can't thank you enough that I linked up with this group. It's
Hey, you're in front of a crowd. Tell me how awesome this all is, please. Social pressure, social pressure, social pressure.
I just can't thank you enough.
Okay, why don't you just give a couple words about the group, what you've been doing, how you've grown, maybe just a little bit of your experience just real quick.
Sure. Yeah. So I've actually been trying to exercise my rights. I have been exercising my rights. I've been getting, stopped by, traffic infractions.
Is that maybe a hint that you should stop because you're incorrect about how this works? Will Kale with an 80 stream streak says, am I watching a librarian convention or a sovereign citizen convention? Hard to tell. Oh, libertarian, sorry.
And so...
Same diff. Like, sovereign citizens often have a very hardcore right-wing libertarian stance.
I've gone in there. All right, is that okay? Sorry. So I've gone into court a couple times. I've helped my daughter, my son, my wife.
How'd that work out?
So a few of actually, I guess maybe 2 of my kids haven't had a chance to go into court yet. I'm sure.
Good? What do you mean have a chance to go into court? Like, one day, Jimmy, you too will go into court and make an ass of yourself. Gee, thanks, Dad. I'm so excited.
That'll happen soon. But anyway, so contesting subject matter jurisdiction, always getting railroaded. So the content...
Hey, fun fact, you're not getting railroaded. You just don't understand that you're doing really, really silly, untrue things. You have gained incorrect information.
That came in the wise...
How are people this immune to recognizing they are wrong about something? Are people's egos this big? Fucking hell.
Dome, Operation Wise Dome group that has put together the...
It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be wrong and admit you were wrong. You don't have to double down time after time after time. It is always okay to take a step back and say, no matter how deep in this I am, I was wrong. You can always restart. You can always begin again. Life, you're gonna do that a lot. People don't tell you this. As an adult, you are going to have to restart things a lot. And that's okay. It's scary, but that's life. You can do this.
More of the procedural methods now, and holding the courts to their the standards, to really not give them any wiggle room on how to kind of get out from under the their procedures. And so this is
Sam Parrish, thanks for following.
Really been eye-opening, because for me personally, it's like I don't give a crap about your procedures. I'm exercising my rights to travel, to all of my rights. And so now, because I keep getting dragged into courts, it's now like, okay, now you guys are forcing me to learn these procedures, and now I'm going to make you pay for that. And so that's where I'm at. So, well, you file counterclaims once you get the case dismissed, and then you go through that whole process. So, anyway, long story short, Operation Wise Dome, Cam, the work that you're doing, the organization you put together has really been eye-opening and very.
Oh no, MH Dark Beast, I'm really, really sorry. I hope you're going to be okay.
Been a wealth of knowledge.
I will entertain you in the meantime to take your mind off it.
Knowledge for me, so I'm very thankful for that.
Now we're very thankful for Joe, because he came in and started ripping, learning, and then implementing and helping other people. I mean, he didn't even need help, so I just wanted to say I appreciate you, brother. Yeah, I really appreciate you. Yeah, he's been amazing, very amazing. Go on here, bro.
So I just wanted to summarize all this. This was my thought of all of it, is that if you're gonna stand on your rights, it needs to be your conviction. You can't just read some crap on a YouTube video or, read anything that these guys are saying or anybody else. You need to, in your heart, internalize, believe it, because
Hey, here's the fun thing about stuff that's real. Your belief in it has no bearing on its efficacy. True story. Things that are real are effective. That knowledge can be effective whether you believe in it or not, because it's true, demonstrably. Only scams and nonsense requires you to believe in it, like fucking Tinkerbell. I believe that I don't need a driver's license. I believe I don't need a driver's license.
if you go up on the stand and you try and say something that you don't truly believe, you're just, I'm standing on my, they're not.
Also, hot take, Tinkerbell's a huge bitch. They probably should have let her die. Like, she's a problem. Tinkerbell has a serious personality disorder, and I don't think she's gonna get help for it.
Not gonna listen to you, so you, it's a test. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Like Brandon says, it's a war, and you gotta go in there with all your ammo, and you gotta know your enemy. So, anyway. The question that I started, and we're circling back to, is common misconceptions of this movement that we're a part of. What are they?
Were there common misconceptions?
Krista's the better animated fairy. I, believe it or not, own Fern Gully on Blu-ray. I don't own Fern Gully 2 on Blu-ray, though I do think they released it on Blu-ray, which is bizarre. Who wants to watch Fern Gully 2? Barely anyone wants to watch Fern Gully. Basically just me.
I would say the common misconceptions are most definitely the aspect that they think we're out here trying to hurt people. You know what I'm saying? Financial scammers. Anybody can look up. That was really the whole point of why I titled this.
Once again, he's charging people money to give them what is effectively legal advice, even if he's trying to say it's not. My opinion is that it is. Ultra Undying says, I was once explaining to someone that if I dropped a brick from a roof, no matter your belief, it'll still hit you in the head, and she looked at me and went, no, and I was like, flabbergasted, no longer talk with her. Oh, that's good.
Event, the Sovereign.
Loved Julia Roberts as Tink, though. I really like Hook. That's an underrated movie. I love Hook. Maybe not Steven Spielberg's best fucking movie, but it's fun for kids.
A citizen of the land, right? The reason for
the movie is fully carried by Robin Williams and Dustin Hoffman, though. In particular, Hoffman. Bob Hoskins also pretty good, but
for that is because they've been attacking that with this movement for so long, trying to make people scared of being free. That's what trips.
And Dante Bosco, lest I forget the Fire Lord's son himself.
Me out. Like, how you gonna sit here and try and make people scared to be free? Like, I gotta stand up on my rights. I get arrested for just saying, hey, don't violate me. Like, how do they even...
No, you get arrested because you're refusing to comply with lawful orders from police at traffic stops.
Do that. Like, where do they do that at? What do you got to say about it?
The biggest one that I see most pro se litigants, at least, the misconception is that you need an attorney or you can't exert your own rights. That's the biggest load of horseshit that's sold. You can do 100% everything.
Literally, I've never heard a single court try and tell someone that. You have a right to self-representation. They just tell you it's a bad idea because it is a bad idea. You are likely to lose if you are your own attorney. Even if you are an actual attorney that went to law school and passed the bar, they still say it's a bad idea to represent yourself because you're too close to the case. It's too personal for you. You can't look at it objectively and make reasonable legal decisions because you're too in it.
If I can learn it, you can learn it. There's no doubt about that. So you don't need an attorney to be successful in litigating.
Like in the absolute sense, you don't need one, but one would increase your chances of success by a lot. By a borderline infinite amount.
For me, it's just, you're gonna get your fucking ass beaten to death. It's going to.
What the fuck is this guy's deal? He's constantly really violent. It's weird. Ginny with a $28.50 tip says, "Hey Hannah, just wanted to support the stream and say thanks for providing entertainment and a distraction from reality." Well, thank you very much. No problem. I love streaming, so I'm glad I get to do it and entertain people. Like, I don't know if I ever told you guys this. I've always wanted to entertain people. And sometimes I forget that that's my job. And I'm like, oh, I did actually get what my dream job was. When I was in middle school, I used to record movie reviews that I never released on the internet. And that was my, like, dream job, was to do, like, movie reviews on the internet. And then I did that. And I never really at the time realized I was living the dream I had as a child, because it just feels like work. Very weird. Anyway, Jesse with the $5 super chat says, "Fun hook fact from IMDb. Carrie Fisher, woman kissing on bridge, uncredited, and George Lucas, man kissing on bridge, uncredited." True. That's actually a little fun fact that I also know. That's a good one.
To happen. It will happen.
Aren't there even some types of cases that you can't have a lawyer? I don't think so.
I am living.
Small claims, maybe? Actually, maybe small claims. I'm not sure. Not sure about that.
Proof. He's 45 and 0. I'm riddled with fucking bullet holes. Okay, so that's just the way it is. I mean, he won in his space, and he has case law, and he was able to get through it victorious and unscathed. I've gone through a lot of fucking, like, Jesus, what the fuck am I gonna do with this? Like, I can't even get, I just say hi. I'm like, "Hi guys, how you doing?" And it's like, there's bullets, and then my whole head explodes immediately. So, trying to navigate that and that kind of thing. I've seen
he has a weird hyperfixation on violent imagery. Is that just to be shocking?
A lot of cases that have been shown, and even some judges have fucking listed certain cases against me to try to throw my case out. And you don't see anything else by these people. I think it was like Sneed versus Chase was the last one the judge used to throw my case out. Mr. Williams' claims of action and claims appears to be very similar to sovereign citizen, just like this case, Sneed versus Chase.
Is this just basically a group, like, I know it's a conference, but it feels like this is all just them getting together and commiserating about how the judges are so mean and never agree with their arguments.
Sneed versus Chase doesn't look anything like anything I've ever said in any case. So it's just like, oh,
if you think that's true, then appeal it.
Looks like a fucking deer, shoot him, you know what I mean? That's basically what you're gonna...
I mean, if you're wearing antlers in the woods.
Experience. And there's a lot of people who, they do it one time.
It's a group, it's a cope group? Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. It's like they're all there to reinforce their beliefs that are being absolutely pounded by society from all ends.
They feel bad. Everyone...
I feel like the term pounded from all ends came out as much more, phrasing. Okay.
Becomes a child blood drinking Masonic fucking Baphomet.
Oh, there's some QAnon stuff. Fun. Hey Catsfell, how's it going?
And then that's the justification to walk away and never go back, and then they just have a sour a sour taste in their mouth, and they just of course, and it's all fucking Baphomets and And I just think that's sad, because you're not gonna...
Baphomet is when judge disagrees with me. That's Baphomet.
I mean, besides Joey, if you want to win all the time and do credit stuff, then that's easy. But most things are not gonna go like that, I don't think. And I think Joey is just in a really exceptional, very unique situation, and I've never ever seen any other example where someone just fucking kicks ass right away. In fact, it's the same way in every area of life. You're not going to see a UFC fighter get in the ring and win every single thing and do every single thing, and
okay, but they win sometimes if they're a good fighter. How often do you guys win? Never on the merits. Occasionally I've seen sovereign citizens have their cases dismissed due to some sort of technical error on the part of the prosecution or the police. I have never, in my years of covering this, seen a single sovereign citizen on video or in articles or writing win a case based on the merits of their arguments, because their arguments are meritless.
Bar cards, I've had 5 or 6 or 7 on my platform. The first thing they tell me is, Brandon, the first thing I had to figure out when I came out of law school was how to file a lawsuit. Every single one told me that. So it's like,
yes,
they don't want you, everyone's got their ego and no one wants to show or tell you all the shit they had to go through, and
that's just not usually what law school is for. Law school, they teach you the actual, like, maxims of law and how the law works, and then often, after you graduate law school, you'll get, like, an internship or something at a firm or an apprenticeship under another lawyer that will teach you the procedures of actually filing suits and navigating the courts themselves. I understand that seems a little weird, but that's just how the legal profession has sort of evolved over time, because, again, it didn't used to be necessarily law school. Historically, lawyers were trained via apprenticeships, and then later they formalized law schools to be a thing, but still, some of the vestiges of that system still are around, like the law school teaches you the law, your apprenticeship, or rather your internship, will teach you about the procedures of filing things in the court often. Cassifel with 100 bits says, all of them, all at once. I was crazy. I showed up naked and then fought the judge. What's wrong with that? He tells me my wife put out a restraining order. I'm no in the squared circle for a match? Joke's on him. I hit that jabroni with a pile driver from the top rope and snapped his spine like a Slim Jim, but that's just me because I'm traveling. I feel like I should have read that through the puppet. That felt like a puppet comment.
think they just have a fucking 10-inch horse dick overnight. And that's the problem. It's they.
I don't know if you know this, but mentioning the genitals of various animals being erect is not a way to lend credence to your argument.
They didn't. And they pretend that they do because they want to seem cool like 007 James Bond, and it's just like bullshit, and it doesn't connect to people, and it just fucks everything up because now they're like, oh, well, shit, I could be fucking 007 James Bond just like him. And they go in, and then they've got 8 horse cocks in their mouth, and they're getting decapitated.
Again with This is an odd number of times for horse dick to be mentioned at a conference. Maybe if it was like a conference where it's about horses and breeding, I could see that. But on average, this isn't a normal number of mentions of horse dick.
Decapitated.
Are we gonna get another one? Do you think he's gonna do it another time?
And there's someone shitting down their throat while they bleed to death, and they're like, this is not what I was told.
Again, he just goes for the most extreme visual possible.
So, I just...
Casafel says, horse cock, what is this, a Vosh video? But we did it.
I just think that you guys should really be ready for that. And for me, I think the biggest thing is just learn to enjoy the process. Learn to enjoy
Look, I've learned this the hard way. As funny as it is to make jokes about animal genitals and bestiality, it's not really that funny to most people. I find it funny personally in the right context, but read the room. I find that 99 out of 100 rooms do not find those jokes funny. Just for the record, you gotta back off on that, even if you find it personally funny.
The process of raising kids. It's probably a pain in the ass. I haven't done it. If I've got kids out there, I don't know about them, I'll probably keep it that way, okay?
What the fuck is he? This guy is embarrassing, even by Sovsit standards. Holy shit. Casvel says, oh no. Oh god. Casvel says, learn to enjoy the horse dick. The furries will be overjoyed. Will they? Will they?
But everything in life is like that. There's nothing. Driving a car was fucking terrifying. The first time you did it, you were fucking terrified. I was fucking terrified. First time I rode a motorcycle, I was fucking terrified. You were fucking terrified. First time you went to a job interview, you were fucking terrified. I was fucking terrified. Going into court is a little more extreme, definitely, than a lot of things you're going to experience in life. But I think ultimately, it's the same shit. And I wish people would have more endurance and more enjoyment. And I think things like Operation Wise Dome is a great thing because the people who have come before us, Dave Champion and Miss Sneed and Sneed versus Chase and all these different cases, I don't think these people had any clubs or groups or nothing. In fact, their family probably wanted to fucking push them out the door, you know what I mean? So I think that's super cool, and I think that that's really the only misconception, really. I mean, if you want to boil all the misconceptions down to just like one basic misconception, is that magic letters. That's how Joey calls them. Oh, I send out some magic letters. Yeah, well, I've been there. I did that for a fucking year and a half. Doesn't fucking work. You know, I thought I was going to be, yeah, so you got to start somewhere, right? Anyways.
So for my brother back there with the God over
Casavell says jet fuel might not melt steel beams, but goddamn, it's good to get an actual speech going. Somebody get this man fueled up. He's crashing. Wow, I don't even have to write the jokes today. Casavell will.
everything shirt, this is going to resonate with you, but what is the one thing we're told in that book, big book more than anything not to do? There it is. That's the first thing you're going to see in the court systems if they pump fear. It's strategically in that book, 365 times fear is mentioned to not do. Do not fear anything. And when you go into that, that's one for every day, by the way. Yeah, I see it all of the time. Is they start threatening sanctions. And with my buddy, if you watch the video...
Yes, they will sanction you for doing stuff that's not appropriate in the court. And that's not just them trying to scare you. It's them trying to get you to conduct yourself appropriately within the courtroom.
Video on that one, Branyan, the guy that was the two-time war vet. I made the court fall in love with him, and that's how he won so fast. But there's this asshole named Alex Prunka, who's a Jones Day attorney. I don't care if you email him and tell him I said that. He was a guy, he's a fat, fucking pride flag wearing guy. There's the Joey coming out in me from the Midwest. That I can tell he was bullied in school, and you'll find that with most of them. But the thing that he did to my friend who's a war vet is, you're going to have to pay my sanctions and my fees of $19,000. They knew I was behind it, and it was me. They didn't want him. So the first thing they do, and here's a war vet calling me scared. What? I think we're going to have to get out of this, bro. And that's what you're going to do. You're going to find this when you go into a case. There's going to be ups and downs.
Does he think all veterans see combat? Jitara says, I mean, a rational amount of fear is good. Kept our ancestors alive long enough to be born. For example, not being so adventurous as to be social pariah, talking about horsecock.
And they're going to threaten you with all
moratorium on horse dick jokes.
Kinds of horse shit that they
until I arbitrarily decide the moratorium's over.
Can't pull off. But if you buy it, they're going to be able to do it. So anyway, I said, you know what, bro? And here's the male ego again. I knew who I was speaking with. You fought a good fight, bro. It's okay. I'll file a motion for dismissal tomorrow morning. That's all I needed to do. Fuck that. We're going to go, you know? And we did, and we were successful, and that shithead didn't get paid.
Oh, Jesus. Casafel says, and I do not agree with this. I know it's a joke, but I'll read it. Local advice given from a group of people with no law experience. Talk to the cops. Talk to them a bunch. Keep talking. No lawyer needed. You're a lawyer now. Just do it. Romance them. Make love to them. Give them the good stuff. Do what other people tell you. Oh, wait. Do other people tell you there's a problem with that? Well, sue them, too. Bully them. Send them to jail. It'll be great. So anyways, I've been arrested about 100 times, so you can trust me for sure.
It is 19.
Too accurate.
Grand. He paid us $1,500. So that's what you're going to find when you go into this litigation world that we're all proposing, is it's going to be threats, it's going to be fear. And go back to what I talked about, the source. Cam's brought it up a couple times. My boy's wearing the shirt. That's where it's at. 365 times you're told not to do it, and then you buy into the shit when they give it to you. So there you go.
I like it. That's beautifully said, man. Yeah, fears. Fear, what they call fear? Fear is the little death inside. I don't know if any of y'all have ever heard that before, but it is the mind.
Fear is the mind killer.
Mind killer.
Casafel says moratorium. Moratorium over. Knock knock. Who's there? Horse dick. Damn, I didn't know horses could solve crimes. It is insensitive to call you a gumshoe. Oh no, the horse is okay. No. Genuine moratorium. I'm not going to read it even if you pay me.
You got to eliminate it because that's all they got, really.
I have an audience to maintain.
That's all they got. So.
Thank y'all. That's great. Acronym. Let's hear it.
There's two. Fear is fuck everything and run, fuck everything and rise, or fornication under the
I get it.
consent of the king.
I like it. Okay, well, we've asked these guys a few questions. Let's ask you guys some questions. What do you think so far? It's great to have everybody here, you guys and everybody up here and everybody who's made this possible. Happy y'all made it back. All right, Joey. Jurisdiction.
Oh boy.
Very big topic, very big piece of cake that no matter what you're doing in this entire realm, no matter...
All right. I think that's a good place to pause on this particular video. I do want to come back to this at some point, so I will save this, but I don't want to spend all of today looking at this conference. So we'll put a bookmark in that and watch some of the other videos from this same channel. This is still Power Inherent in the People. Here's a body cam of a sovereign citizen stop.
Sir, I'm going to give you 1 second to walk back down this way with me, and if you choose not to, I'm going to put you in handcuffs, and I'm going to detain you for obstruction. So, your decision. Yes, sir, it's obstruction. I want you in the front of your vehicle where you are.
My good sir, I've requested a sergeant, and
No sergeant.
I have not committed any crime.
You have, because it's called obstruction right now. Your vehicle does not have plates.
Obstruction of what?
Obstruction of justice.
How am I stopping you from doing this?
Because I need you in the front of your vehicle so you can go ahead and grab all the information I will need from your vehicle. Your vehicle has plates that says not for hire. There's no sergeant available.
His debate with Chili is on this channel. Oh boy, I know they talked. I assume they just have differing beliefs on the sovereign citizen stuff.
Your name and badge number?
My name is Emmy. I don't like the officer portion because then the officer portion makes it seem like I'm above you, which I am not. My name is Emmy. My badge number is 60.
Your name and badge number, please?
My name is Austin. Badge number 63.
Your name and badge number, please?
Sir, okay, let's go. You're going to be detained right now.
What did I do wrong?
It's called obstruction. Don't put your phone in your pocket so it won't be turned off, so it can still be heard. So you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be offered against you in the court of law. You do have the right to have an attorney present doing any and all questioning. You cannot afford one once it be provided for you at no cost. You understand your rights, sir?
So, Cassville says, kind of shocked people are still doing SobSit stuff. They have to be getting arrested like crazy. They are, and it's escalated. The cops are very over this shit, and so are the courts. Because it just keeps getting bigger. Like, I don't even know if it's reached, like, critical mass. Like, there are things that I do. Like, Flat Earth already reached critical mass. I don't think that's going to get much bigger unless there's a whole new wave of it. Which is possible. That doesn't mean it's gone forever. I just mean the last wave of like, Flat Earthers peaked, I think. For now. Sovereign citizens, I don't think they've hit peak yet. Not for this time period. I don't know when they will, but...
You understand your rights, sir? Perfect. Your vehicle does not have registration. The VIN is covered up. That you cannot do.
You're not allowed to cover up the VIN number on your vehicle. It has to be visible from the outside, the one that's kind of in the driver's side front window. That has to be visible so it can be inspected from the outside.
Are you going to identify yourself?
No, I think they're unrelated, Cassifel. I understand drawing the connection, but no.
What am I being arrested for?
You're being detained at this time.
This is actually an arrest.
It's a detention.
Sir, you're arresting me right now.
You're detained.
That is...
An arrest would be...
Once again, just because you have handcuffs on does not mean you are under arrest.
Me putting you in cuffs, taking you...
Under arrest means you're, like, being taken by the police in their custody to the jail to be booked for an alleged crime that you are being charged with. Detention is simply them holding you during an investigation where you can't leave. So, like, a traffic stop is a detention, not an arrest.
To Norcor and moving you.
Terradona says, some of these Sobsit folks are very much clout addicted. Every detainment is content for them. A lot of them, yeah, they like the attention.
You would call that...
And I can't blame them. I like attention, but have they considered being funny? That gets you attention.
Kidnapping. I've been watching First Amendment audits for the past 12 years. I've been watching and reading up the best I can for people that are big on the Constitution.
I requested a sergeant.
There's no sergeant available, sir. So, here's what we have. Your VIN is covered up.
I can do that.
Reasonable. Oh, sure you can when
This is my vehicle.
Cool. I need the information for your vehicle, and I also need a driver's license from you.
You've detained me.
Yes, I need the vehicle, information, and your driver's license.
May I request a sergeant?
You can request whatever you want. There's no...
But you're not funny. What should you do? Get good.
sergeant available, like I said.
Well, I've requested one.
You can request it all day, sir.
There should be a higher authority that I can speak with.
You can speak to whoever you
You're fine.
want to after we're
Do you
done.
have your camera on?
Oh, always. I'm the one that asked for cameras in 2013.
So what have I done wrong? Can you articulate
Always. I can articulate it all day, every day. I'm really good at it.
What did I do wrong?
Sir, I'm asking you for your information. You don't want to give it.
I didn't say that. I'm just talking to you.
Where's your information? So I can get you out of here and so we can get out of here real quick. Where's your information? Your driver's license, registration, and insurance.
It's in my car, but you haven't even given me a chance. You're putting me in handcuffs.
Because you want to play the game.
I'm not playing any game.
You do. So where in here is your information, sir, so we can get you up out of here real quick? As long as your license is valid, the vehicle is not stolen, and you have insurance on the vehicle, we will go from there. They may not even give you a citation for failure to display registration.
Failure to display registration?
You have to display registration. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is that in a commercial capacity?
No, it is not in a commercial capacity, as has been stated many times. This has never been about commercial versus private, no matter how much sovereign citizens want it to be. Sorry, I have to run and use the bathroom again real quick. That Coke going right through me. While I'm gone, we'll do another book. Chair will tell you about the other log of Phineas Fogg. Be right back. Twist, he's an alien. Phineas Fogg is an alien in this. I'm sure that was definitely the intent. Come on! Fucking hell. We did it. Alright, be right back. I'm back. Fun fact, in this book, Phineas Fogg takes on his secret nemesis, Captain Nemo, aka James Moriarty. Don't ask. Alright, back to it.
Who was employed to drive on the roads?
So you're traveling, you're not driving is what you're telling me.
Yeah, that's why I have my private license plates on. So.
Yeah, I know. I've watched travelers and read up as best I can over the past 12 years prior to being in law enforcement to understand it. But what happens is you never win in court.
Nemo is from India. Yes, in the book there was an original Captain Nemo that was murdered and replaced by James Moriarty. Professor Moriarty.
Actually have proof that I won in court.
Well, good for you. If you don't have...
It sounds bad. It's written by one of the most famous science fiction authors of the 20th century. I haven't read it yet.
Valid
Do you want me
driver's
to show it
license?
to you? That I have proof right here that I've already won?
Oh, you could win all day. Here's what you won't do. You won't win with me. Here's why you won't win with me. As long as your license is valid and you have insurance.
I don't have a driver's license.
Okay, well then...
Well, he just admitted to a crime, driving without a license. Think that's a misdemeanor. I don't know what class misdemeanor it is in this particular state, but that's not great.
You're not going to win with me then. You're going to get a citation for operating a vehicle with no license.
That'd be fine, but I would take care of that in court with the
Yes, sir.
with the motions.
Yes, sir. That's fine. So where is your driver's license, or where's some kind of identification from you?
I have identification.
Where's it at, sir?
I would be more than happy to get it for you, but I do not consent to any searches or seizures of my vehicle.
Am I in your
whatsoever.
vehicle?
No.
Have I even touched your vehicle? I know.
I'm not sure,
I know,
sir.
but no.
I'm not sure.
I haven't even touched your vehicle at any point.
What would you like from me? Like,
I want some
what have I
future
done
identification. You're operating a vehicle with no registration. You cannot have it. I have to pay $280-something to the greedy city of Portland and the state of Oregon for the...
Oh, the cop's a dipshit in this video, too, if I didn't mention it. The cop's gonna bitch about, like, oh, I also have to pay for a registration, and I don't get anything out of that. You get public roads. Holy fuck, are you this stupid, cop?
4 vehicles I have for registration.
Also, you have 4 vehicles, and you're complaining about anything regarding money? Go fuck yourself.
Irritates me, because I said, what do I get for my 280?
Well, that's...
Roads.
Say nothing.
Well, I'll tell you, it's their privilege to do commerce on the public road.
No, I'm just driving back and forth taking my children. There's no commerce in that.
Then you don't need a driver's license for that.
You do. What's your first name, sir?
What I do, guys? I'm just talking to you. I'm being really...
Hearing present. The state of Oregon requires you to have a driver's license.
It does.
Driving is not a right, it is a privilege.
It is.
You fail to provide
you're
us with
right,
your driver's license.
my good sir.
You go to jail and you sit there until your fingerprints
My good sir.
come back.
Have I been cordial? Hey, guys.
You will sit there
Officer.
on deal with those warrants.
Is the cop a former sovereign citizen? No, just probably a Republican or a libertarian who doesn't understand how society functions.
My good sir, have I been cordial with you guys? I haven't been rude or...
It's passive aggressive.
No, I'm just talking to you guys.
What's your first name?
On my opinion. That's it.
What's your first name, sir?
I don't understand.
What's your first name, sir?
My name is Cameron Wilson.
Spell Cameron for me.
Cameron.
Oh, this is the guy! Yeah, this is the guy that runs this channel. That was the guy who was, you know, walking around too much when he did the thing.
What's your middle name?
James.
James?
Yes, sir.
Think, right?
Wilson.
Yeah.
Wilson. What's your date of birth?
2587.
2587. How old are you, sir?
35.
And your ID, if you ever had one, is out of what state?
It's out of Texas.
160. Status check. Name, DOB, Oregon, Texas.
But do you see what I'm saying? I'm just talking to you guys. I haven't been rude.
No, it's passive aggressive, though. We got it.
We just got differences of opinions.
It's passive aggressive.
I've been to the courts, my guys, and I got proof right here. I keep them with
Last
me.
of Wilson, Whiskey India, Lima
What
Sierra,
you're telling me
Ocean
is completely
November,
different than what the
First
judges
of
are
Cameron,
telling me. And
Charlie
I have
Alpha,
proof. So
Mike Echo, Romeo Ocean November.
I have
Midland,
proof.
James.
I live here in Oregon.
Juliet
What are you
Alpha,
talking about?
Mike
I
Echo
have the
Sierra,
proof right in my car. I keep it
DOB
with me.
25 of 87.
So I don't know
You
why
went to court on one with not having a driver's license?
Yeah, and one.
Ooh, I love it.
I have the dismissal without prejudice.
Once again, a dismissal does not mean you are right. Especially because it is without prejudice, that means that matter can be brought up again. Telling them you have a dismissal without prejudice has nothing to do with the merits of what you are saying. You do not understand how this works, yet you are giving people legal advice for money. Do you see how this might go badly?
And everything, guys. So I don't...
You won?
Again, driving is a privilege, not a right.
I want you to show me that. I want you to, because if you've won, I will not renew my driver's license, and I will be irritated if they try to get me in trouble for that.
He's so happy. He's like, oh, I won. No, you didn't, you goddamn dumbass. He doesn't even get what the cop is saying. Life must be so confusing for people who can't understand language very well, or, like, don't follow what people are saying and understand the, like, between the lines meaning. Like, when the cop says, if you're right, I'll stop doing my thing, he's mocking you. Don't get me wrong, I think he's also kind of a libertarian asshole, but, like, he doesn't think you're right. He's just saying if you were right, he'd agree, but you're not, so he doesn't.
At him. If you've won.
Okay, I'll show you.
Because I don't want to pay them $75. And I also don't want to pay $284 every time I got to renew each one of my vehicles.
Well, it's true. I can show you.
Yep.
Can I show you?
I'll let you show me in a second.
All right.
Do you know what? I don't even cite people for their vehicle registration being expired. I don't cite them. I stop them and say, hey, your stuff got to be in, check them out, then I let them go.
No, but
because I always think, why am I paying $280?
Okay, excuse me.
For something that I don't even see the benefit.
So excuse me, can I get
What a
these handcuffs
dipshit cop.
removed?
Holy fuck.
You gonna be cool?
I've been cool this whole time, and you know it.
You got any weapons on you?
No, sir, I don't.
Turn around.
Thank you.
Hey, CSX Hobo, how you doing?
I appreciate it, man. Y'all got me out here all cold. Already got cold, man. Golly.
I'm pretty good.
Can I show you?
Is there a picture of that?
I can get my ID on.
Grab your ID, let's see the ID. And I need to see some information for your vehicle too.
Okay.
Jutara says, oh nah, I would not let this guy out of cuffs after he laughed like that if I asked if he had weapons on him. Absolutely not. Freaked me the hell out. I can understand that. I don't think at any point he seemed dangerous, though. Just an idiot.
I'm just gonna grab some paper to show you, like I said.
Yep, go right ahead.
The cop entertaining this was a bad idea.
And your phone is still inside your pocket and it should be on, so you can hold it if you want to.
No, it's all right. It's all good, bro. Here you go.
This is my accordion folder full of bullshit.
It's involved in this. You see the case number there is 1739. After I filed a motion, they immediately dropped it and asked me what I want to do with the rest because I filed a motion. The motion that I filed.
If they let him go, you're gonna lose it. I mean, they might. It wouldn't surprise me if they did.
No, I filed
The
it.
guy said that the most he ever does is warn people. He already said he probably wasn't gonna do anything.
In relation to just a lot of court hearings.
Which, look what it led to. He got false confidence, and now he's doing this shit and taking people's money.
The Supreme Court stating that we do have the right to drive on the public roads because that's in relation to...
You're traveling, yeah, you're not doing commerce.
We're traveling, yeah, we're not doing I'm not employed on the road.
Oh, you gotta word this better, cop. Don't say it like that, because to him, especially because of his worldview, he thinks you're affirming that as if it is the truth instead of affirming that you are familiar with sovereign citizen arguments. He just took that as, yep, I agree with that statement.
I'm not using the public roads that our ancestors paid for, man.
I get it.
These are our roads, my brother.
Our ancestors paid for. How old do you think? Maybe it's because I'm in Michigan. The roads get redone all the fucking time. They're not like ancient highways that have been there for generations. They're constantly tearing it up and rebuilding it because it breaks all the time because of the weather.
I get it.
You know?
And you use Black's Law Dictionary.
Yes,
I know.
sir, because their definitions are completely different. It's like we all ignorant.
You are reading from a Black's Law Dictionary from almost 100 years ago. It is also descriptive, not prescriptive. So Black's Law could put whatever they wanted in their book and it wouldn't trump case law, and it's just not how it works.
I just be wanting to drive in private and just be myself without being...
Okay, you can't do that. You can't do that, man.
I'm not traveling with any goods or anything like that. I'm just using the...
Wait a minute! Oh no, this is the one time he got pulled over. He said he got pulled over once, I believe, and got a warning. Or they took his car, maybe? This has got to be the one time, whatever it is.
Public roads.
I get it.
And the courts have told me, man, I'm in the right.
Yeah, the cop's being too agreeable by saying, I get it. I know when he says, I get it, he doesn't mean I agree. But this guy doesn't know that.
So that's why I just, I try to be as polite as possible because I understand. And I'm not here to cause no problems.
He says he understands. We got him.
I'm just minding my own business.
I get it.
How many of our ancestors died for our freedom?
A whole bunch. Which is why I'm in this. That's why I'm in this uniform. I'm in this uniform because I didn't like.
Protect.
But I'm also here to inspire folks that look like me and you to get in this position and to do this job. So there's an understanding of when folks who are in this position deal with folks that like me and you, they don't automatically put their hand on the gun and get scared because they see someone that look like me and you.
Well, there's a lot of people out there that want to flex and do all that First Amendment audit shit. I don't do that.
I actually like it.
I stay in my own lane.
I actually like First Amendment audits, I'm going to be honest with you.
I know, but I just stay. I just stay in my own lane. To be a private. That's it.
Okay.
Well, that's a weird ass cop.
Here's how I understand what you did here.
Yeah. I've won like 3 times now. This ain't the only motion. I got more.
Let me tell you what. Well, no, I can't tell you what's gonna happen. Let me tell you. I've dealt with someone such as yourself who was a. Well, no, I can't call you that. Well, this individual was a sovereign citizen. That's not what
you can. He just doesn't like it.
You're saying this individual didn't have plates on their vehicle or anything along those lines. Me and him went to court, continuance. We went to court. He lost because in the state of Oregon, you have to have it.
Well, he may have signed a driver's license or had a driver's license.
No, and it doesn't matter if he did or not. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
At one point. And what the courts say is that if you've had one and you haven't rescinded it, then that's the problem because you signed a contractual agreement with the state that you would abide by all the ORSs.
Right.
I don't have a contractual agreement with the state of Oregon whatsoever. So I'm really outside.
It's not a contract. It's a statutory requirement.
The jurisdiction of Oregon itself because there is no.
Have you ever been stopped in Oregon by someone?
Yeah. That's why I've had to file these in one.
But that's not Oregon. That's Washington
State. No, this was Washington. Yeah, no. That's why I say I've got more in here. So
you've been stopped in Oregon. You got a citation for no license on one?
Yes, sir. Yeah, state police, and I had to go down to the Salem Justice Court, and I won in that one.
You won in the state. Do you have that?
Did you win or was it dismissed?
That information here?
No, not with me right now.
I'm begging these people to understand the difference.
Yeah, but I do have that one because it was in a. I ended up actually just charging jurisdiction for bringing up the jurisdiction aspect.
This was some years ago, by the way. This video's from 2022, so those things were even before that. Courts, how do I put this? Occasionally used to be a little lighter on sovereign citizens and try and give them the benefit of the doubt, but as this has continued, courts and cops have been trained to really, really, really come down on this stuff, specifically because it enables them.
They have no jurisdiction because there is no contractual agreement within the state whatsoever, and that there was no verified complainant, right? So if there's no verified complainant whatsoever, meaning one of the public to complain against me, how can a charge be brought against me? Because you work for the corporation.
Yes, I do.
See what I'm saying?
I do.
So you can't necessarily complain for one of the people. And so that's how they took care of it in that regard, on that one, just on those grounds alone.
Okay.
So, I mean, I kind of be hip to it, and I understand what y'all doing. Y'all making sure that everybody
it's hip to be soft.
Is in commerce on the roads is in alignment, but I'm just privately traveling, and that's why I have these plates on right now. When I'm doing commerce, I do switch out my plates.
So you have plates.
If you're being truthful and you already have a legitimate plate, and also wait, you said the other guy only got in trouble because he had a license with the state. So you're driving without a license commercially? Isn't that against your own bullshit?
You're doing commerce.
Yeah.
What are those plates?
I'm not exactly sure what those plates are. They might be on.
Do you have any paperwork for the car so I can see the VIN number so I can put that in?
And I can uncover it if you want, but I like to stay private.
I get it. And
okay, you can't. I hate this guy. I hate this man. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him.
My body camera will show the entire time I never touched the vehicle at all.
Yeah, I want to stay private, man.
And I want $10 million and a movie theater in my backyard. Neither of those things are gonna happen. Grow up.
There's the vehicle, good sir. At least on financing information.
Okay. Just
Oh,
give
the
VIN.
laughter.
Let them know that's the VIN we're out with. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do.
Yes, sir.
After my man, stop calling me sir. My name is Andy. I don't like sir or officer because then it
Well, you are
right, but then it seems like it's a hierarchy when you're dealing with folks, and I don't like that.
What? The anti-hierarchical cop? What the fuck? This cop's personal politics are incredibly confusing to me. I guess he could be, I don't know, man. What the fuck? So confused.
No,
My name is
I know
Andy.
what the Constitution says. The power is inherent in the people.
Right.
You work for us. We've created you.
Absolutely.
Not the other way around.
Okay, sir, you, the individual, are not the people. You are a person. The people is the body politic. The people is the group of people in the United States that vote and are constituents and have their voice heard through their representatives. You or I as individuals can never be the people. It's an abstract social construct to explain sort of the net result of the voting patterns of the voting populace.
Absolutely. That's why I like people to call me by my name, Andy. You know what I mean? So,
what's up with your
Take the gain down a notch there.
guy, though? He's like taken to jail and it's really rough, man. What's up with that?
because when we deal with
Is
folks,
he trying to push like
no,
some
he's
kind
cool.
of emotion out
No,
of
no,
it,
he's
or-
cool. He's cool. He's cool.
Have him tone that down some, man.
He's cool.
You know, I've been really
I'm not
cordial, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to give you. I'm not going to issue you a citation for anything, and it's not because I am afraid. I enjoy.
Max Powers says, "Hi Hannah, joining late. We'll watch the VOD tomorrow. Here's an interesting article on the King of Germany getting arrested. Wish there were more reporting on this interesting group of Reichsbürger." Oh yeah, I haven't covered the Reichsbürger thing, and I want to at some point. They're a group of far-right, basically neo-Nazis in Germany that have adopted a lot of sovereign citizen rhetoric, and they're trying to reestablish the monarchy. They want to bring back the... well, no, not the Kaiser. No, that is. Yeah, they want to bring back the Kaiser. What the shit? Oh, we'll read that later, or if we don't get it through it today. Actually, we are doing a spotlight today, so I will save that, and we'll get to it the next Sovereign Citizen Day. Saved.
Yeah, court's fun. I like it too, dude.
Especially-
To be honest with you, I
Especially
like
when they
it
let me
too.
get to do my thing, and
I get to bring up all the points, and I get to stand up
enjoy
for my forefathers that died to secure the securities,
I'm sure that's what they were fighting over, was whether or not you could have driver's licenses.
liberties, and rights of every individual to live in the life and pursuit of happiness in every.
This is a very romantic view of American history that I frankly despise. I really hate this, like, romanticized American, like, mythology. Not a fan.
regard. We don't have kings anymore, bro. This is America.
Okay, but you do have laws that are decided upon, and it's been decided by representatives as voted by the people that there are traffic laws, and that includes the requirement to have a license, insurance, registration, all up to date in the state in which you reside in order to operate a motor vehicle on public roads. Period. End of sentence.
We're all free to be ourselves and do whatever we see fit as long as we don't hurt another being.
You're giving me psychic damage. Does that count?
And that's the beauty of America. That's why we had so many people die for us, man.
What a weird view of history.
And I'm aboriginal to this land.
Okay, yep, he's into the Moorish stuff a little bit too, huh?
So to see this happen to where someone feels as though they have more power over me and
A lot of people have more power than you. That's the nature of living within a society. A lot of individual people and groups have more power than you. Pretty much every group has more power than you as an individual. That might be scary to recognize that you're at the whims of other human beings. I don't know if you've met human beings. Kind of scary. But it's the reality nonetheless. You can't make up a bunch of bullshit pseudo-law just because you're upset about the reality of living with other people.
My ancestors, that's insane to me, bro.
Okay.
I come from this land and this soil.
That's unfortunately close to blood and soil. Benekagami says, we don't have kings anymore. Yeah, why don't y'all join some anti-Trump protests? Because sadly, he very much disagrees with you.
For somebody to come from another country and tell me what to do?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
When I bother nobody, you got some real soul searching to do.
He's so angry. Holy shit, look at his eyes and how fucking frustrated he is right now. Jesus Christ.
Because there's no other authority above me than the Most High God.
That's pretty narcissistic. You think no one has more power than you than God? What an insane narcissistic statement. Holy shit. Yeah, that's how powerful you think you are? The fuck is wrong with you? Seek therapy.
And that's it, man. And that's it. That's truth, right? Am I speaking truth?
No, you're very incorrect about many of your premises. Your entire worldview is based on pseudo-legal and pseudo-historical misunderstandings of reality.
I mean,
I'm not going to issue.
I love my father. You see my big Bible's right in front, man. I don't play.
I'm not going to issue.
God-fearing man.
Yep, I get it. I'm not going to issue you any citations. Just so you know, they're saying that the vehicle...
Hey, fun fact, in the Bible, God tells you to obey the laws of man, up to and including, and this is fucked up. I think this is fucked up. But even Jesus said slavery was okay. Jesus said for slaves to obey their masters, which is fucked up, and that's one of the most fucked up things Jesus said. Probably the most fucked up. But don't cite the Bible all the time and then not read it. Fenekagami says, if it's your country, my friend, then why don't you just participate in your country? Why is your country not a part of you if it's your country?
The registration that was for the vehicle is
out.
expired.
Yeah, that's not my registration, is it?
I get
Oh wow, this guy's dumb.
Well,
hey,
I
respect you.
I would hope that you be careful if you interact with someone else.
I do.
In the state of Oregon. It may go a little different.
I do.
You be safe. You be safe.
Should have arrested him. Garbo Cop. Garbo Cop. That's pretty good. The present of law enforcement. Reminds you of this kid? Oh, from... There's no God, right, Mama? True. So how do I know what's right or wrong? It's up to you, Tyler. Evolution does away with morals. Wow, anything goes. I can lie, cheat. What's to keep me from becoming a god? All right, continue.
Adam Nora. Maybe put your own code.
Seven North 53 traffic. No plates on a white Toyota RAV4. Pulling into Cedar Falls Gun Club off Cedar Wapsie. Hello, thanks for pulling over. What plate is that on the vehicle? Are you from the States or is that a Canada plate?
No, I'm not from the States.
Oh, you're from Canada.
It's a sovereign citizen plate. Just so you know, I've seen this before. It's not a Canadian plate, it's a sovereign citizen plate. The cop is initially confused about what it is because he just doesn't recognize it. Yeah. Aldred Undying says, to you only I will tell the truth, all others I will speak in parables. Why do people with this line think the Bible is a legal document? Because they're often Christian supremacists. They're often Christian nationalists. That's it. That's the answer.
Okay. Do you see your license? Do you have a driver's?
I'm not in commerce, therefore I don't have a license for you.
Oh.
Is this the woman from the other thing, too? What did they say her name was at the beginning? Missed it.
Here, just one second. I'm gonna look at the plate, okay?
Sarah. No, that's a different person, I think, right? What's that other woman's name? Not a big deal.
3835.
Yeah, the other girl was Sydney. Sydney or something, right?
So, are you a member of the are you a citizen of the United States?
No.
You're not? Okay, what country?
I belong to the Amnesty Coalition.
Okay, where's that?
Where is it at?
Yeah.
It's part of It's part of the Pickletarian Nation.
The Pickletarian Nation? Briny. Aldred Undying says, if I didn't have my church D&D game, I would think I was a token sane Christian. Oh no, am I the chat's token sane Christian? I'm so sorry. I'm pretty sure I'm a Peach and Green guy are also Christian. There's some Christian people in chat.
Okay, where's your address at? Do you live here, like in the local area?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you have anything with your ID or anything like that?
I have
One sec, gotta close a window real quick because the AC just got turned off. Lennon Cat says, my favorite biblical story is when Jesus says that the Pharisees leading a church is the blind leading the blind into a pit. And then Peter asks Jesus to explain what that means, and Jesus asked him if he's stupid. Overthought says, in 10 years, when there's a sudden rise in the Sovsit movement in El Salvador, we'll know why. I don't like forced deportation jokes. Not a fan, to be honest. I know you're just making a joke. It's whatever. But, I don't like to be reminded about the dystopia we live in.
Okay, a passport card. Cool. Can I see that, ma'am?
No.
Okay. Just one second. 7 North 53. Can I get another car, possible sovereign citizen, code 4 right now? I'm on the west side of this.
Mr. Peach clarifies, green guy, yes. Me, no. We attend a humanist fellowship. Makes sense.
Valley Gun Club.
737, get in that way.
Okay, so the reason why I stopped you 67 and a 55, did you know that? You were going that fast. Okay, yep, I got you on radar going 67 and a
Yeah, that's too fast. 12 over, yeah.
55 miles an hour. Where are you coming from?
I was just from my sister's house.
Okay, cool. Do you live there full time or no?
No.
Okay, so you are in the state of Iowa. Do you know that?
Hmm?
You are in the state of Iowa. Do you know that?
Mm-hmm.
And driving is a privilege. Where's the car registered out of?
What do you mean?
What state's the car registered out of?
What do you mean?
It isn't registered.
It's not registered. Okay, did you know that?
Admitting that, I'll give you points for honesty, I guess. If I was a lawyer, I'd be very upset with you for saying that in front of the cop, though.
It needs to be. Otherwise, it can be towed.
Oh, I thought it only if it isn't private property.
So is the car owned by a business?
No.
Okay. It's not owned by a business, so it's privately owned? Okay, which means it does need to be registered in the state of Iowa.
That's gotta be confusing, because that's the opposite of what sovereign citizens think. That's kind of funny.
Okay. So can you provide me that passport card with your name on it, please?
I'll let you look at it, but I'm not gonna,
You don't have a driver's license?
in my possession.
You don't have a driver's license?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been pulled over before?
Yes.
Okay. It's okay. Take a deep breath. There's nothing to be nervous about. I'm just trying to explain you the laws, okay? So you are in the state of Iowa. You are on a traffic stop. I have probable cause to pull you over for going 67 and a 55, which is 12 miles an hour over the speed limit, okay? All right. During the duration of the traffic stop, you have to abide by anything a peace officer says. I am a deputy sheriff, a peace officer in the state of Iowa, okay? So you do have to go along with whatever I say, okay? Okay. Can I please have that passport card to confirm your identity?
I already showed it to you.
Can you pull it back out and can I take a look at
She
it,
almost
please?
sounds like she's high. I'm not saying she is, but like she's taken a little bit on the reaction time, and she's not quite. Not quite all the way there. It doesn't feel like, you know.
Do you have insurance on the vehicle, ma'am? And I see you're covering your name. Is there a reason for that?
Oh, that's smart. That's real smart. Jesus Christ. Do you think he didn't want your information? Green guy with a $3 tip says, you said Christian supremacist, and my brain thought they give half their wealth to the poor, they feed the hungry and heal the sick in their spare time. They aggressively remove homeless from the streets by feeding, clothing, and housing them without question. Yeah, that's not really the Christian, at least not the American Christian way, that's for sure. That is not what people think of when they think of Christians in the United States. At least not secular people.
Okay, I see Minnesota. How come you don't want to show me your name?
Like, for a lot of people, especially the non-religious, the bigoted Christian nationalist type is what a Christian is. That's not necessarily fair, but I guess more progressive Christians need to, you know, get better PR and tell those other people to shut up more. The AI thumbnails for this guy's videos are insane. Oh yeah, they're terrible, even by AI standards. Look at this crap. It's so bad. Oh. Look at that one's got, that looks like a police officer trying to smash a window with a rubber mallet. Oh.
Okay, that's fine. Do you have insurance on the car?
Yes.
You do. Can I see the insurance card? Do you have any weapons inside the vehicle? Any bombs, guns, IEDs? No pipe bombs? What about any drugs, illegal substances? Nothing like that? Okay.
I used to make jokes about the pipe bomb thing, but then I saw a Sovereign Citizen video where they did pull over someone who had a pipe bomb on them, so I'm not going to make that joke anymore. Ultimate Undying says, there was recently a court case about this. I think it was Wisconsin tried to use the Catholic Charitable Foundation. Wasn't a religious organization because they don't try to convert people. They help, and because some of their employees aren't Christian, religious. Jesus Christ.
I explained the reason why I stopped you. You also don't have a seatbelt on.
Because
You
I
need to
took it
provide.
off after I pulled over.
Okay, I'll take your word for that one. Still, I still have probable cause to pull you over. You do need to identify yourself.
I did.
Okay, what is your name? Do you have a driver's license in the state of Iowa?
No.
Okay, what about Minnesota?
No.
You don't. Do you have a driver's license at all?
No.
Do you have any warrants for your arrest?
No.
You need to identify yourself.
I showed you who I am.
Can you pull that back out? I only saw the passport card. I didn't get a name or date of birth.
So you saw that it was me.
All right, man.
What do you think? I am so confused by what sovereign citizens think the purpose of a state ID is, because they're always like, I'll just give you my name, or I won't give you my name. And she's like, you saw the picture. You can't search the picture. They need the ID to look you up in the system to see if you have any open warrants. That's it. Like, that's what they need it for, is because that's how they look you up in the system. You're also required to have one.
Because I don't have to.
Yes, you do, under the state of Iowa. 7/53. She's being uncooperative. Can you have 37 step it up?
37,
All right.
Yep, Wagner and Lassie, go ahead and start 44, please.
Can you step out of the vehicle?
What for?
You're not identifying yourself on the traffic stop. Okay, you do need to identify yourself on the traffic stop. At this time, I'm asking you to listen to me and step out of the vehicle, which I told you during the traffic stop in the state of Iowa, which I have probable cause for. You have to listen to anything a peace officer tells you to do during the duration of the traffic stop. Please step out.
Do you know, have you looked up the diplomatic law?
I'm telling you about
You're not a diplomat. You are not a diplomat.
the state of Iowa. We are in the state of Iowa right now, Blackhawk County. Can you tell me your name?
I think she's trying to
Have you
look
ever been
shit
arrested
up on
before?
her phone. Hey, fun fact, if you're at the point where you're trying to look up legal advice on your phone during a traffic stop, you already probably lost.
Okay. I'm telling you, if you don't start cooperating, you will be placed under arrest. Can you tell me your name?
Why do you want my name?
Because, like I said, you were
Because he needs to identify you!
speeding. I need your name.
Here's some stuff that you can...
I'm not reading that. Nope.
Oh my god, she's pulling up like a sovereign citizen website to show him. Jesus Christ.
Consular immunity.
Nope, I'm not reading that. Like I said, you're on a traffic stop. I'm a peace officer in the state of Iowa. Can you please provide your identification?
So you can continue me?
What's that?
Are you containing me?
Yes, you are detained. Once you pulled over and I pulled behind you with my red and blue lights on, that's detained. You hit your brakes once you drove by me, which also let me know that you saw me and you were speeding to slow down. All right, can you step out, please?
She's still scrolling. Does she think she's gonna find the exact right piece of information and she'll say a specific line and he'll be like, all right, that's the password. You're free to go, ma'am.
Any weapons?
No.
All right.
Wow, she didn't react at all to that door opening. That really makes me think she's on something. Because look, she doesn't care at all that this cop just opens her door. I have never seen a sovereign citizen not react at all. Normally, she'd at least be like, oh, shit, this is happening. Like, I'm kind of concerned she's inebriated. I don't know on what, but...
Any
like,
weapons?
she didn't react even a little bit to that door opening. Like, how would she not react to that at all if she wasn't on something?
Any weapons?
No.
All right, there's another officer coming right now. I'm asking you nicely to please step out.
What? Why do you mean?
Because you're not listening to what I say during the traffic stop. Can you step out and turn around and place your hands behind your back?
Jesus, what is she on?
Ma'am, I would highly suggest you work with me here. I'm trying to be nice and do everything I
She
can
seems
for
very
you
sedated.
and explain everything. I need you to I need you to meet me halfway. What's that?
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna identify you. I'm gonna place you under arrest unless you tell me your name.
My name's Sarah.
Sarah? Okay, can you please hand me your passport card?
What are you gonna do with it?
I'm gonna check your information.
I will let you look at it.
All right, can you step out of the...
Not enough XP to learn the spell.
Can you step out
She
of the
needs
car?
a long rest to switch out her spell cards.
All right, she's just now showing me her passport card.
Okay.
Hasn't been listening throughout the traffic stop. I opened the door a little bit ago. She's been refusing to get out of the vehicle.
Okay.
So she's gonna be placed under arrest.
All right.
All right, can you please step out?
Ma'am, you are under arrest at this time for interference with official acts. Step out of the vehicle, please, or force will be used to gain compliance.
Why do you want? Why am I under?
Ma'am,
Like I said, this is the last time I'm telling you. 67 and a 55. That was a probable cause to pull over. You hit your brakes as soon as you passed me. You pulled in here. I pulled in behind you. My red and blue lights identified that you're on a traffic stop. You have been uncooperative throughout the duration. You haven't answered any questions. I've told you I'm a certified peace officer in the state of Iowa. You need to abide by what I say during the duration of the traffic stop. Please step out. Face away from me and put your hands behind your back. Face away from me, hands behind your back.
Now roll up your sleeves so they don't get caught here, okay? Do you have anything on your person that's going to poke or stick us if we search you? No needles, knives, nothing like that?
All right, I'm checking you. What's that?
Do you have a search warrant to search me?
We don't need
You're
one.
in custody,
you're
you'll
being
be going to the
arrested
jail where
now.
you're being searched.
They can pat you down and stuff to make sure you don't have weapons. They can check and make sure, you know, they're gonna have to inventory your stuff at the jail. So could be sleep deprived. Could be. Either way, she doesn't seem to be in a healthy mental state. Whatever's going on.
You need a search warrant to search you when you go into a controlled facility.
I just double lock these and check them for tightness. Okay, they're not going to sync up on you. Step back
If
here.
Give me my card. Will you let me go?
Nope, we're past that point. Okay.
Well, can I
All right.
roll my window back up?
Nope, we'll take care of that. Can you look right there?
Were your
There's a
car
camera on
keys
my
in here?
car.
No, I
Or
got that.
those ones? Okay, perfect.
All right.
I'll roll your window up here. Is there a preference you have on a vehicle or on who tows your vehicle? Any company?
I don't want anybody to tow my vehicle.
Well, it's getting towed.
It's like a comedy sketch. Who would you like to tow your vehicle? I don't want anyone to tow my vehicle. It's not what was asked. That was not the question you were asked.
It's being towed. I'm not leaving on private property. You pulled in here during the traffic stop. It can't be sitting here blocking the drive here, okay? It's private property. So I do have to have it towed. Do you have a preference on which company?
No, I
No.
don't want it towed.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll,
All right.
I'll cooperate if you just let me
We're past
go
that
now.
point.
I'll cooperate if you...
I'll cooperate if you just let me
We're past
go
that
now.
point.
I will cooperate if you just let me go now. That's not how this works, and I doubt you would anyway.
I was nice the entire time we waited for the other officer to arrive.
You know, she could be Sam Beckett on one of his first leaps. She hasn't said, oh boy, once.
All right, I have my car. There's a red and green light. There's a dash cam recording, okay? I'm going to check your pockets and make sure you don't have any weapons on you, all right? Do you have anything, drugs, anything you need to tell me about that's
No.
illegal?
If you do have someone we get to the jail, it's a felony on top of the possession charge. So if you have anything illegal that you're not supposed to have, you need to tell us now so we can get it, and we'll go from there, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
That's just essential.
Essential oils, okay. Where'd you put your phone?
Why am I not surprised she just keeps essential oils in her fucking pocket? God damn it.
Here, turn this way. Turn left.
High on essential oils. She took too much lavender. She's too calm. She's too calm.
Your passport was in there. You did put that back.
She has an Iowa passport card.
Iowa passport card.
Didn't say anything where she lives or anything. All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna zip your jacket here quick. All right, can you spin around quick? I'm just gonna lift up the back of your jacket and make sure you don't have anything in your
back pockets
waistband.
at all?
Yep, she's got one. I can tell it's clear. All right, I'm gonna run up my hands down your legs, okay? Just stand still. All right, come back here with me. We're gonna go to the passenger side of my vehicle.
Can I have my water bottle?
Water will be provided to you at the jail. We're not gonna bring that in the back.
Check that water bottle. If she's anything like my mom, full of vodka. By the way, alcoholics out there. I don't know where alcoholics get the idea that people can't smell vodka. They very much can. They very much can. If you have a water bottle full of vodka, everyone knows you're drunk and they're disgusted with you in public, especially if you're driving. Stop it, get help. I say this as a recovered alcoholic. I never did that, luckily, but my mom did. And it's the trashiest shit ever, and it's awful.
My car. One second, this door. Okay. It's easier to sit first, all right? All right. I'm gonna shut the door. Watch your knees.
Vodka definitely has a smell. It's the smell of alcohol, yeah. Because it's often described as like a flavorless, tasteless alcohol, but what that means is it doesn't have a flavor and scent outside of alcohol, but it has a strong smell of alcohol, you know?
So an Iowa passport?
Yeah, well, a passport card, which this is an option.
Really?
I'll let you go.
Next one up for
This isn't a
Toyota RAV4.
Oh, this is, you can travel to Canada and Mexico with these.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't. It's not legal diplomatically. Yeah, I'll get you one.
No expiration.
Edward William.
Which, she handed me a passport card, which these are good to travel to Mexico and Canada. I guess she didn't hand me this, I had to take it from her.
Check the water bottle.
And it looks like the same thing at the front.
Iowa. The 2014 white RAV4 was registered to a subject out of Jamestown.
Mary Edward, 684, MET 684. Yeah.
All right, so you've been just mildly uncooperative, but I appreciate you being compliant, okay? Right now, obviously, you have interference with official acts and driving while license suspended. Look in here, I don't know if you had
Oh, she had a suspended license.
on there and you weren't cooperating.
Oh, God. Was it suspended for DUI? Because that's a very common reason for people to get their license suspended, is multiple DUIs.
Because you're just suspended and you're scared of driving, get pulled over, but that's not a serious charge, driving while license suspended. It is an arrestable offense, but it's usually just a summons to appear or a ticket. Okay, so it's not that big of a deal. My best recommendation is get through these charges, show us all your court dates, pay your fines, and then get your driver's license back and your insurance on vehicle and register it again.
You gonna respond?
Like I already talked about, and the other deputy mentioned it, before we go in here, do you have anything on you that's illegal once you bring it inside through
That's true.
this
Could
garage?
also be because of unpaid fines. I want to be clear. I'm not saying I know she's drunk or that she has DUIs. I'm saying these are potential things.
Or it's a felony.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
They probably didn't smell anything, or else they would have given her a roadside test or breathalyzer. I agree. End of that one. Let's see what else we want to take a look at before we call it a night. Because we are getting there. Oh, this is that guy who, again, is like the head of this thing, whatever his name is. Trying to serve a sheriff with a notice of liability.
So today is Wednesday, August 31st, in the year of the Lord 2022. As you can see, we're going to serve our notice of liability in common law. It has been
Cameron Wilson, thank you.
notarized, so everything is signed and true. We're going to serve that up right now. Let's go do it. Let's get it. Hey, I need to serve a notice to the sheriff or a representative of the sheriff.
As I've stated before, if you're trying to serve a governmental entity, they almost always have a mailbox for that sort of thing, because inevitably governments and entities that work for the government or with the government are aware that lawsuits are a potential, so to streamline the process and make sure that service can be done effectively, they have a mailbox for that. So, like, a real lawyer would know that and would be able to actually address that correctly and file things. But he's not a lawyer and he doesn't know what he's doing, so of course he doesn't do that. He wants to go there in person on video to get views and clout.
A notice.
A notice for?
Notice of liability.
What?
I need to service a notice of liability to the sheriff or a representative of the sheriff.
Ooh, elevator. Doon 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 doon. Couldn't you get a fictional story notarized if you sign it? Correct. Notaries are not there to tell you if anything in the document is true or false. They are there to verify signatures. That is their whole job. Doon 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 doon.
Hector. Not too bad. This gentleman here, I'm not quite sure what paper he's supposedly serving. You might want to go and talk to him.
Okay, thank you.
How are you?
Yes, I'm good. How about yourself?
Doing good, thank you.
Good. I need to serve this notice of liability to the sheriff or an authorized representative of agent or agent.
Oh, can I see it?
Yep.
I'm gonna check this one at the back.
Okay.
Are you trying to serve this one for someone or?
No, it's for the sheriff's office. For the sheriff and the sheriff's office, all his agents, authorized representatives, every deputy.
Okay, let me
putting y'all
ask
on notice.
someone at the back.
Cool, thanks.
All right, you can get down.
Wait. Okay, say it.
Doon doon doon. Little subset from Impanine and then.
Say it again.
that's good.
I can accept your declaration
Okay.
on behalf of NCSO.
Okay, is there any way that you can file that and then give me a copy and then I'll make a FOIA request?
Where do you want him to file it? Like, what do you think this is? Do you think they have a file for insane people complaints? I would.
I will file this. I'll make a copy for you, and you can have a copy back.
Thank you.
You thought I was just singing from the Blues Brothers? I don't think I've ever seen the Blues Brothers. Well, maybe I think I tried to watch it when I was younger and I didn't like it. I'd probably like it if I watched it now.
And whom are you, by the way?
What's that?
May I ask who you are?
Yeah, I can give you a copy of my business card.
Okay.
It's funny. They're like, who the fuck is this guy?
from this point forward, all I should have to do is present my my paperwork to any sheriffs if they were to stop me or anything like that, correct?
No, none of that's gonna do anything. What are you talking about? You're nuts. Toreador says, okay, I'll file this with the other complaints. Cut to a shredder with a sign that says complaints whirring under the strain of grinding these papers up.
I can't tell you, I can't advise you on the law. I can't give you any legal advice. I can't tell you the force or effect of this, but I can tell you
Or lack thereof.
that I've accepted it on behalf of the sheriff's office.
Awesome.
That's my business
Awesome.
card.
Thank you. All right, have a good one.
I'd find the Blues Brothers hilarious. But what if the best Saturday Night Live movie is It's Pat?
So, document has
Why, Lorne Michaels? Why?
been accepted by the manager of Professional Standards Unit, Jeff Heinrich. Again, this is on August the 31st. August 31st, Wednesday, 2022 at 11:59 a.m.
Oh, this guy legit.
You know what, father from Family
Didn't mean to play that. This guy just doesn't know how anything works. How strange. I know there was a video at some point that had that couple in it, and I wanted to watch that at some point because I wanted to see more from them. Because I think that couple's dynamic is so interesting. Yeah, there they are.
Of
So, let's see. We're getting straight into it tonight. This is cool. All right. I love it.
We could quickly.
Nemesaur! Thank you for gifting 20 Tier 1 subs. Thank you for your epic generosity. I really, really appreciate it. And so do so many people who now don't have to watch ads. So thank you.
Talk about Sydney's pullover today.
Okay.
Like 2
yeah.
minutes.
Okay, if you want to do that, go ahead.
What? Oh, you want to say it? Go ahead.
But I thought that you were able to speak. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Okay, so I didn't know if
It's not, it's Coneheads. For me, okay, unironically, my favorite SNL movie is probably a tie between Coneheads and the first Wayne's World. The first Wayne's World is funnier, probably, but I do really like Coneheads, and especially the end where it actually turns into like a sci-fi thing with like a Ray Harryhausen-esque monster. I really love that, so... Normal Gamer Gal, thanks for 21 months of subscription, and we are almost on a hype train.
you could be heard or not, but I'm Sydney.
Hi, Sydney.
And hi. I got pulled over today, and I had this like intuition last night that I was going to be pulled over. I didn't.
Once again, intuitive thinkers, derogatory. It's going to be the title of my book. Intuitive thinkers, derogatory.
Put it into the world, but I just knew.
Intuitive thinkers is just a rebranding of people who don't think. I just believe whatever comes into my head. That's how I think. Oh, so you don't. Okay, cool. Alded Undying, thank you so much for gifting a sub and kicking off a hype train. Thank you very much. 8% to level 6. If you want to help out the hype train and support the channel, I'd really appreciate it. It helps pay the bills around here, including the internet bill that lets me do the show. You can always gift subs, bits, or do tips. Thank you. Bumble Homestead, thanks for gifting a sub.
And so Matthew and I have been working on, well, Matthew Quinton and I have been working on something with the car script.
Eddie Craig's
in Eddie Craig's.
Oh, they're editing their own scripts. Clearly it's been working out so far. Overthought, thanks for gifting a sub.
Script, but a little bit, it's like a modified version.
It's
yeah.
easier.
Yeah, it's a little bit less of all the things. And
If you send the Blues Brothers, would I watch it? Good news! I already own the Blues Brothers on 4K. I've always planned to watch it. I just haven't seen it yet. So you don't need to send it. I have it.
It's like more to the point.
Thank you for the thought, though.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
Less
by
Eddie,
the way,
more-
ChatGPT has been editing their scripts. That's fair. That's probably true.
Kate and I are listening, but we can't talk because we're on our motorcycles, so we're listening.
Q is Quentin, by the way. They've mentioned him in a previous video.
Oh, badass.
Hi-
Have fun,
hi,
bro.
Quentin.
Be safe.
Extended or normal cut? I'm actually not sure which is on the 4K.
Hi,
Thanks,
Quentin.
will
I
do.
have your spaghetti.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so either way, yeah, so I would decided to go to the post office, and by the time I got like 5 minutes this morning at like almost 9, I saw 5 police officers getting like pulling people over, and I was like, I already knew that I was gonna get pulled over today, so I came back home and I just.
In fairness, you don't need to be psychic to know you're going to get pulled over when you actively are driving without a license plate that's registered, without a driver's license, without insurance. Like, that's pretty obvious that's going to happen.
Decided to get the modified Eddie Craig script and grabbed that. I didn't want to wake up Matthew since he sleeps a pretty good, a decent amount, and so I already
plowing through there. Oh,
I already knew that I was gonna get pulled over, and then so like 3 minutes into my drive, I got pulled over for my
Private tag.
my private tag, but what's it called? Notice plate.
I would call it a fraudulent plate. So would the state. That's why they took it from you as evidence in the traffic stop that happened shortly after this video. They took the plate because it's fraudulent. Innocuous Blonde, thanks for gifting 2 Tier 1 subs. 62% to level 6 on the hype train.
And so I decided to go around the block, and then that's when they pulled me over, and I called Matthew immediately. I was getting Quentin, so if you know Quentin, I was trying to get his spaghetti sauce like from Aldi's, but I got stopped, on the way because I make it.
I'm all for going to Aldi, whatever. I don't know how it's pronounced. I love that store. It's a great supermarket. They have really cheap stuff that's still pretty darn good. But if you want to go there, what you need to do is have a driver's license if you're going to take a car that you are operating.
His food sometimes. I do his meal preps. And so anyway, I got pulled over, and there was only one, but then within a minute and 30 seconds there was another police officer, and then thankfully I called Matthew, and he like rolled up out of bed, and he was able to run to the place that I got pulled over at, because I was trying to get home because I only made it a few blocks.
Stop. Stop it. Okay, for bit purposes, pretend it sounds like I Stop having your boyfriend show up to traffic stops, you idiot! It's not a party. It's not open for invites. What are you talking about? Stop telling your boyfriend to come meet you at your fucking traffic stops.
And I was like, oh no, they're gonna get me. And so they did. But he was probably like 5 minutes away, but he's a fast runner. He did great. I'm so proud of him. But he got there at
Thank you so much for the hype train, everyone.
nick of time, because these 2 police officers started grabbing at my door handles. I didn't even realize that there were 2 police officers trying to get me, but they never asked for my name. They just kept saying, "What's your identification? Give me your identification."
Yes, in a traffic stop, you are legally required to give them your identification, which I will remind you, you are required to have to operate a motor vehicle on public roadways.
And I was...
Why do they keep calling me a sovereign citizen? All I do is do all the sovereign citizen stuff.
I kept letting them know that I'm just a traveler. I'm not for commerce or hire. Like, I'm not for hire. And I kept like letting...
That is irrelevant, Sydney. Sydney, look at me in the face. Look at my eyes. Doesn't matter. Sydney, why do you think they have commercial driver's licenses that are a separate thing from normal driver's licenses? If you only need a driver's license if you're under commerce, why are there separate licenses? Letting
them know that I don't know much, and it is my automobile. I have a whole video that Matthew was able to record.
Just a Peach says, does it seem to you like she infantilizes herself a lot? To some extent, but I don't know. I don't want to be too judgmental. I don't know what her personality... I don't know.
thankfully. And I also
I will say I see what you are seeing, but I don't know if I would go as far to say it myself necessarily. Some people are just like that. I don't know.
Quentin, he gave me a link for a recorder, and so I got a recorder as well. So I got it all
If Quentin has a huge collection of Garfield merchandise, blink twice.
on recording. And Matthew is a video photographer as well, so we're gonna like link all the like audio and stuff up so that we can
Got my video and my audio together.
Can't wait,
Yeah.
guys.
yeah, so that we can like get
Hold
all
on, I need to look at the splendor that was that guy's background. It was only there for a second, but I need it.
stuff up so that we can
Got my video. And
Woo! Okay. So I see an unused popcorn maker. I see a fish tank. I see multiple beer signs. A Budweiser sign, something else, Barebow. There's an Oregon Trump flag, and behind that I think is another beer sign.
God, amazing. Can't wait,
Yeah.
guys.
This basement smells like cum and divorce.
yeah, so that we can like get all the things and stuff, but it's I mean it's already so late. He's like doing work
Yeah, they're probably legal books.
right now, but either way,
I don't know who's
we're gonna
more
have it.
excited, you or Cam.
The green, that's Black's Laws Dictionary volume 4. That green one I'm pretty sure is Black's Dictionary volume 4. Because it's about the same thickness as volume 5, except the 5th edition is blue and the 4th edition is green. Also, the 4th edition is the version that has the definition of driver that sovereign citizens use all the time. There you go. There's my Sherlock Holmes of the day. Elementary chat.
We
talked them down from saying they were going to arrest her down to they
Yeah.
just let her go.
Yeah, so
Yeah, they were being nice, and then the next time you got stopped, they arrested you because you didn't heed the warning that they were nice enough to give you the first time.
they started pulling up my door handles, and they were like, I don't want to, what they say, don't make me break your window.
Yeah, don't make
ma'am."
this to you.
And,
Yeah, that's
and
a
I was
blatant-
like, is that a threat? Because it sounds like a threat to me. And they were like,
The law is coercive by its very nature. Like, imagine, whoever was, like, the crier. I imagine there was something somewhat similar because of the lack of literacy at the time. When the Code of Hammurabi was finally written down, I imagine people were like, I know this isn't the era, this is not era appropriate, but it's old-timey, so I'm gonna do it. Hear ye, hear ye! I know, shut up. This is the Code of Hammurabi. If you fucking steal something, your hand's gonna be cut off. And was someone in the crowd like, is that a threat? Yes. Yes, it is. You are correct.
like, oh no, I'm asking you.
The state is allowed to threaten you. I'm begging you to read a book. I am begging people to read a book. I'm begging people to think about the world around them. Yes, the state is allowed to threaten you in specific circumstances. Correct.
And I was like, wait, you're asking me to break my door handles, or my door, my window?
Yeah.
Oh, she forgot the word window. All right.
That doesn't sound like an ask. That sounds like no one would like that.
Right.
Correct. They're phrasing it nicely, but the implicit meaning, you are correct, is do this or we will smash your window. Correct.
So they
Cops
were
do
very
all the
aggressive,
time.
and so I just kept saying, "Is that a threat?" Because it sounded like it. And then Matthew came, and they were like so aggressive with him, and then they pretty much like decided to talk
Yeah, they don't like when random people pull up to traffic stops that they're not a part of. You're gonna get your boyfriend hurt. Stop it.
to him more than me. It's fine. It's fine.
That's
But no, it's
Matt
great.
took it over.
The next time they did this, if you didn't see the last Sovereign Citizen watch, we watched their traffic stop after this. They both got arrested. And the window smashed.
What's up?
yeah,
Shout out,
yeah.
Matt.
And again, he wasn't in the traffic stop. She called him and had him show up to the traffic stop, which you are not allowed to do.
Yeah, and he was my knight in shining armor. Today.
Captain Sovereign. Captain Sovereign. He's our hero.
Yeah, yeah, he did awesome, and I, so like, what I could have done better was like keep my cool, you know, like, because when I know that what is right, then I
What if you're wrong about what is right? Have you considered?
kind of like, when I know what's right, I get a little bit like,
Empowered.
yeah, and so I'm like, this is right, so I
She is literally saying, I know something is right based on my feelings. My feelings are the ultimate arbiter of this. Philosophy over. We did it. Moral philosophers, you're fired. We figured it out. This lady's feelings are the ultimate litmus test of the morality of any given act.
stand up for what's right. And it's maybe too much. And like Matthew is like, he knows what's right, but he's like cool, calm, collected, like a cucumber, you know? He's like, oh, cool. And I'm like,
She talks like a high schooler. I hate to do this. I think their boyfriend does too a lot of the time, but he talks less. She talks like she's in high school. Like, this is how people I knew talked in high school. Am I crazy? Like, she's an adult. She has a kid. I don't think she has custody of the kid, but she does have a kid. But she doesn't talk like an adult.
don't do this, because I don't know what, but you
Mess
know.
around and find out.
Yeah, kind of like that. But I'm only 4'11", and now they know that, even though. So like they asked me to identify myself, and like I was like looking at Matthew. I was like from outside my window. They didn't let him come up to my window or anything. They're like, "You're impeding on an investigation," and
That's what
like
I
I
thought.
can't.
Wait,
And
it's
I'm
the
not.
investigation of
Yeah,
whether,
exactly.
wait, whether you
let
should
him
have
know.
your window broken or not broken.
Traffic stops are considered investigations. Just because you don't know that doesn't make it funny or weird. They do this all the time. They will say something that is true, and then they'll just be like, what? Yes, correct. You did not know that. A traffic stop is an investigation of a sort. You're detained.
Right. And then Matthew, he was like, well, who's the injured party? And they said it was me.
They literally said it was her.
And I'm
We
like,
got that recorded.
hold on.
Wait, are you kidding me? No way.
Not even. I
You
know.
got that on
And then
tape,
after we
bro?
laughed about it, they said, "Oh, society
That's
is the injured
amazing.
party."
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And so
That's
we're
incredible.
like, well, like, if I'm the injured party, then like we should be suing you then. Like, give me, I need to citate you or whatever, you know, like give you
Citate?
the citation, not the other way around.
You were the
Nice.
injured party in that
What-
situation.
Right. And
Yeah, what they
so,
meant
like,
was you're about to be the injured party.
yeah. Oh, yeah. They were.
your ticket-book?
It was scary because like.
What's crazy?
So,
Wait, think
Sydney-
about this. Wait. Think about this. What that means is
wish
they're
we could do it.
literally stating on the record that
Yes.
they hurt
That
her.
they were the problem, not me.
No, I think they were saying when he asked who's the injured party, they were saying you in relation to him interfering with the traffic stop. That's not about you, it's about him. They're separate things. These people don't... Do they think about anything they're saying? He asked who's the injured party. They're talking about the fact that he was interfering with a traffic stop. So they said, who's the victim? You, the woman, Sydney, because you were the member in the traffic stop. Once again, I will express, for something to be a crime, it doesn't need an injured party in the way that they're describing. Society at large can be the person who is harmed. They can mock that all they want, but that's a foundational principle of law and society. So you can laugh at it, but you're just being a clown. So...
Me.
That's what they
that
said. They literally
yeah,
put it on the record
exactly.
that, well, you're the injured party because...
Exactly. That's what Matthew was so excited. He was like, "Oh, we got that on record."
That's it. That's all
Like,
you need.
actually-
Wow, I didn't know that part. That's
Irreparable harm.
amazing. Beautiful.
Yeah. So, and they said that, and I'm like, "Whoa, that's crazy." Because at first I was like, because I don't know all the things. Like, I'm pretty new to this, and so I was like, "I'm the injured party," because I was confused because like I thought like whenever somebody pulled somebody over, then
Nah, that's... Don't use that as a pejorative. I'm not cool with that.
I was injuring somebody else. So when they were like, "Oh," when he asked who's the injured party and they said me, I was like, wait, I'm the injured party? Wait, hold on. And I was like, oh, if I'm the injured party, then you're the problem, not me. It was like all like a
That's awesome.
You're good. It's okay. I accept your apology.
crazy.
We all make mistakes.
I can't
Sydney,
wait to see.
Sydney, tell them. I was gonna say
They
so.
give Paul and Morgan vibes. Oof. True. Man, I need to start doing fundy snark stuff at some point. That'd be fun.
Tell them when you tried to identify yourself, because you did tell them your name. Tell them what happened after that.
Yeah, okay, so it took 6.5 minutes for them to be like, they just kept saying, where's your ID? Where's your ID? Give me an identification card. Give me an identification card. What's your ID? Blah, blah.
Yes, you're legally required to have one.
Give it to
when
me.
you're driving a car.
And I was
which
like,
you were.
I don't need to identify myself. I was like, I am not in commerce or for hire. I am just a traveler, because they kept being like, oh, you're driving in a vehicle, right? And I was like, I'm in an automobile.
Look at the smugness on her face. Oh, honey, no, 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 no. You're gonna end up in prison. You're gonna go to jail. Oh, shit. She does have the mannerisms of a child. She's like, in the way that when a kid thinks they have one up on you, they'll go like, yeah, yes, yes. What the hell?
Period. And so I was proud of myself. And then they were like, okay, sit tight. And then they like came back or whatever.
Sit tight. Sit tight.
Yeah. I was like, I'll sit tight.
Sit tight.
Yeah. And so I did that, and then they came back and they were like, okay, I'm going to ask one more time. Give me your ID. And I was like, or what? Like, this feels like a threat to me. And then they were like, oh, this isn't a threat. I'm just asking. And I was like, what? Asking what? You're asking for my ID again? And then they're like, I'll ask one more time. They said, one more time. And I was like, okay. And I was like, I don't need to, because it's an unlawful act, because I am not for hire. I'm not for commerce.
Yeah.
I'm a traveler.
It's the same she has the attitude of a kid who, when playing tag, would be like, nuh-uh, you can't touch me. I have a force field. You know what I mean? Like the kid that makes up rules as they go along in the game so they don't have to actually abide by the rules that would mean that they lost or something.
Traveler. And so then, like, I just kept like looking to Matthew, like, am I doing okay? But I had to hang up on his phone because he was
You can see why she doesn't have custody of her child. Same.
recording as well on his phone. And so
In fairness, we don't know that for sure. That's just the vibe. That's just the vibe.
you record, by the way, guys, if you record while you're on the phone, it doesn't do
She's
any
mentioned before talking to her kid through Zoom and stuff, but she might have shared custody for all we know. We don't know.
audio. So that's a thing that we got to remember. Right. So you have to always have your recorder device. Thankfully I did, so we got to sync that up, but okay. Quentin, you said something and I totally got off track there.
So basically, what did they said that they couldn't find you in the system, and then what?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So I spelled out my whole name, even though it was unlawful.
Not unlawful. In fact, it's unlawful for you to not identify yourself in a traffic stop. That's the unlawful thing.
They were like, what's your name?
Just a Peach says, the cops are being nice and she doesn't understand. I imagine that's one of many things she does not understand.
And I was like, that was when like Matthew had to hang up the phone and I was like, okay, I guess I have to like tell them. So I was like, I spelled my whole name, Sydney Taylor Leslie, my whole full first, middle, last name.
That was a stupid thing to say on the internet.
Spelled everything out, every letter. Okay. And then they came back a couple minutes later. They like whispered, in their situations and like held their chests out and, all being all tough and things.
The cop shit.
Yeah. All the things they do. And then they came back and they were like, this is insufficient. We need your social security number. And I was like, what?
I've never heard of that before.
I was like,
I think I've heard of it a few times where cops have done that, especially if they don't have a license to see which person it is because people might share the same name.
no, you can't have that.
I don't think I've ever had one ask me for a soch, but
They asked me that. They were like,
You've never had anyone ask you for a soch? Have you had a job? They usually ask for it.
Yeah.
it's an insufficient. It's an
If
insufficient
you had to guess, she didn't give a date of birth. Yeah, probably not.
identification, and I gave them my first, my middle, my last name, and I have a pretty unusual first, middle, and last name.
Okay, if they're asking, though, it doesn't matter. They're really not that crazy, to be honest. It's a random white girl name.
Let you know. And then I gave them my birthday, and then also I gave them my
Okay, she gave birthday.
yeah, and then I gave them my
In fairness, that is according to her.
address as well. That's on file.
Put a PO box.
Yeah, I put a PO box.
That's illegal too. If you got a driver's license, you can't put a PO box address. That's not okay. You're not allowed to do that.
Hey, can I say something to you?
Mm-hmm.
Look up your state code of what it tells you that you have to give them, and you will find out that it is exactly that. It is only your name, your address, and your birthday, not your telephone number, not your social security
You're supposed to have a driver's license to cover these things, by the way.
number, not your email address.
I'm
gotta
so
give 'em a
glad
butthole
that you
print.
said that, because I stopped after they asked me for my social and my phone number. I was like, I stuttered a little bit on my phone number because I started.
This guy's always eating on stream.
Said 5, and I was like, wait, why do you need that?
Oh, damn, bro, that's a big bite. You're gonna fucking choke.
I don't think that you need that. I just
Jesus.
gave you all of the identifying.
I'm not gonna pretend I'm like the like most polite eater in the world, but I don't fucking
factors that you need or whatever you want, other than my identification ID, and I do have a driver's license.
Like, have any
unfortunately,
of you guys ever heard of that though before? They can't.
Yeah.
They say insufficient, and then they say social security. Like, I've never heard of that.
I've heard of it.
That's how they do the bonds.
Yeah, they did it to me in Cali. They did it to me in Cali too. But they never.
That's less surprising. California has a very high population, so more chance of people sharing names and birth dates, which would require a further identification. I get that.
Why don't you just put this on there?
That's identity theft.
I'm pretty sure
That's
it's
what
just
I'm
name and
saying.
Birthday. You don't have to give them an address. Name and birthday is all you got to give them.
Right, and I
You're required to give them your driver's license. Funny how you're not mentioning that.
hesitated as well on the whole PO box, but thankfully I have a PO box, so I was just like, whatever.
Yeah, but
I
there's
kind of
another
folded on that one, but
there's another thing that you should also remember, that I'm from Washington State, okay, and it shows when you actually read that code of what you're supposed to give them, the name, address, and birth date, and then it gives you like 4 other things that you can do. And the driver's license is like item number D. So in your
Wow.
state where you're from, it might say the same thing. I would go with the first thing that it says to do.
Does he think that he thinks it's an order of importance? It's just listing them, A, B, C, D. It doesn't mean that D is less important than A or any less required. Holy fuck. We're so fucked. Fucking literacy. How does that work?
And also remember that you're a traveler and you're not in commerce. So that motor vehicle code, where they're getting all that information, has nothing to do applying to you.
It does. You're a person in the country trying to operate on public roads with a vehicle that has a motor in it.
it would not apply to me. And that's what I kept continuously saying. I'm like, and then they kept saying that this.
I know that this isn't the actual definition of insanity, and it's just like a saying that people have, but I do think right here it's kind of appropriate. Why you trying the same thing over and over and over and expecting different results? What are you doing?
So Matthew's trying to figure out some things. Okay, they kept telling the police officers kept saying that this is a legal, lawful stop.
Yeah.
And then, or a legal traffic stop. And so I went back to the
Man, this dipshit laughs at the most random stuff.
Black Laws Dictionary, looked up traffic, and don't you know that traffic means commerce or any.
No, it doesn't. I explained this last time. She looked up the definition of traffic, the verb, and is confusing it with traffic, the noun. Traffic, the way she's describing it, means like to traffic something, to traffic goods. She doesn't understand that words have multiple definitions. I'm losing my goddamn mind because everyone's an idiot. I wish I was Marcel and thought I was smart instead, but no, I just think everyone, including me, is an idiot. I'm so scared all the time.
Any type of selling or buying or any of the things that are for commerce. I wasn't
Yes way.
doing none of that. And I tried to tell them many, many times. They didn't care. They're about to arrest me if Matthew didn't come save me.
That shows you how ignorant they are. Actually,
they're the ignorant ones. Fucking Confederacy of dunces in this goddamn chat. They're in this goddamn call. My chat's not that. My chat's great.
the term I like
They're
to use.
so dumb. They're
Hey, the
Damn,
trick is look it up everything. That is the trick. Do your research and look up all the definitions because wordplay is the biggest kicker on everything. Hey, I like
It's really not.
the fact that you looked up at Black's Law. Awesome job.
See,
She misunderstood Black's Law's dictionary, and she's not even reading the up-to-date version. She's reading an edition that's over 100 years old that she couldn't even comprehend. She did a bad job. She should feel bad.
Matthew, where were you when I got pulled over? I could have used the Matthew.
Don't you
twice.
your kids on the internet, you fucking idiot. I hate these people.
One thing, can I throw one thing at y'all in relation to that?
And I hate to, like, especially in this day and age where AI is scraping everything off the internet and who knows what sick fucks are doing what with images on the internet. Do not post your children on the internet.
I'm in Central Oregon, and I got the heads up through, somehow I got a notification letting me know that they were going to be running, for the last 3 days, they've been running a traffic blitz in my area, and they brought in people from all the departments, and they had people come in from other to boost them up, and they've just been hitting mega stops. Like one cop had 200 stops in one day. They're just all traffic, just trying to hit people for whatever. And I was thinking like, oh, maybe right before the end of the fiscal quarter, you know, just like taxes. So it could have been like if you were like, oh, I had a dream, and then I saw 5 cops pulling people over. Like, I don't know. To me, I just thought it was something. I'm like, oh, that's something to be aware of. Like when they let you know, hey, we're going to be running high alert, just popping everybody for everything, and especially in our community, you know.
Hey, who's this speaking?
Yeah. When your community's only commonality is your propensity to break the law, it does make sense that your community is going to get arrested more. Sovereign citizens, this is like, how don't you get this? You're all together because of your love of not following the law you don't like. You're gonna get arrested more.
Who's that?
Fennikagami says, one of the most jarring things I had to learn as an adult was that really, even though nominally we are all speaking American, not everyone or even most of the people you talk to are speaking the same language as you. It's shocking how little understanding two people can have in a conversation even though you're using the same words. Agreed. The connotations people carry with words are so different that you end up communicating things you don't intend to and vice versa.
Joe was just speaking from Oregon.
That's Joe Miller.
Hey, Joe, get with me when maybe this meeting is over, and I want to give you documents, a loopholes in the motor vehicle code.
I'll link up with you, Mitch. I'm in the Discord, pretty active, so
No,
Yeah,
we seen
dude, they're gonna see it in court.
I skipped ahead to where the kid's photo isn't on anymore. Oh my god, they do it again. What the hell? All right, I think that. Oh wait, was this the guy that was all yelly and talking about inappropriate shit at that conference? Holy fuck!
And if it's like 18%, like we gotta break them windows, brother.
Brandon Williams. Hold on, let me look up this guy. That name sounds familiar. I've probably heard of this guy before.
Other from.
That's not what I wanted. Brandon Williams. Well, that's not the same guy. There's apparently a big YouTuber with that name. Whew. Typos galore. Brandon Joe Williams. Hello. All right. Put that in a folder.
Yeah, there's all kinds of guns in there, man. It's bad. It's dangerous.
I got 0%, and they broke mine.
Or if it's just a young lady, just
I know why Coeur d'Alene is famous, right? No?
standing on her rights, traveling freely.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
Brandon, are you going? Are you going without?
Is this music gonna get me in trouble? No. Okay.
Plates or something? Is that what that comment is for?
No, so me and Jaleel Bay and Cam and the other dude who was just up. Shit, I feel so bad. Remind me of her name?
I forget names.
Quentin. Like 9 million people's names I gotta remember. And Quentin, we all had a call the other night, and we were all talking together. And
Coeur d'Alene, thank you.
And I started saying, like, you know, they're like, oh yeah, breaking windows and all this. I said, you know what, fuck it. I said, we're gonna start a campaign. It's gonna be called "Fuck These Windows." It's hashtag "Fuck These Windows," and we're gonna take the whole racist thing and we're gonna translate all the racism to the windows. So if they have like 5% tint, like they're okay, but if they have anything above like 15% tint, like they gotta go. We gotta break them. And
oh Jesus, that's not a good. That's terrible. That's a shitty joke.
and that was, and I was like, instead of that, we're just gonna lean into it. We're gonna actually make a whole campaign on it. It's gonna be fucktosewindows.com or something like that. And I thought it was fucking hilarious, and Jaleel thought it was hilarious, and Cam thought it was hilarious, and Quentin thought it was hilarious. So
that's perfect. I like
that's
it.
like our new thing now. Fuck hashtag fuck those windows, bro.
Yeah.
What strange people.
See if I've got you. Will you say, Steve?
I don't think we worked on anything.
He Zoom called this guy while he was in a traffic stop.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I just wanted to check. I like to check, make sure in my system if I got anything on you yet.
This is probably the last video we're going to watch, by the way, and we won't watch most of it. I just wanted to show the first part because it's kind of interesting.
So
I booked another session for tomorrow also.
I saw that. Yep.
Don't worry, by the way. We'll be seeing more of these people, I'm sure.
Good deal. All right, so then why don't you have you already put everything in your... No, we don't got a Discord for you either then.
Why does he just have a spoon sitting there?
Yeah, I didn't start nothing yet.
Okay, let's see here.
The other thing that I actually sent you was the recording of, and this is all to your personal phone.
What state are you in? Hold on. What state are you in?
PA.
Pennsylvania.
Oh my god, is he gonna chat GPT stuff for this guy right now?
Alright, are you in the Discord? You're in the Discord?
Yes.
What's
Yes,
your
I
name
am part of the Discord. Steve-O.
That's right. Yep. Alright, I tagged you, so we've got you a channel now at least. After this phone call and before tomorrow morning, you're going to need to go into your Discord channel and write out everything like it happened in detail. Okay?
Text to talk or talk to text thing.
Yeah, you can do it like that.
That's
the
talking about.
easiest way. Yeah, you can do it like that. Do it any way you want. It's up to you. But I just needed it in the Discord, and we can actually start building somewhat now. At least I can.
Yeah, it's long. Like, this has been going on for 3 years, and I'm just at my point where I'm standing the fuck up, and they do not like it.
Straight up.
Mount Union.
Yeah, they tend not to like it when you break the law.
Cops were here night before last, putting a disabled sticker on my truck, and they're like, "It's the public." I was like, "Who the fuck? Who do you think is the public?"
I remember talking to you about this.
I
The
didn't.
public is not an individual. It is a group.
I didn't act
Altered Undying says I sent you a meme on Discord for a cleanse after the stream.
very.
Thanks.
I didn't act. I acted out of character a little bit.
You're the one who told me
Because
your wife was a little bit pissed, huh?
Yeah, and like, even now, she doesn't get it,
No, I know.
and it's simple, and it's
Yeah.
hard because like I got nobody, bro, and they're all telling me you're crazy, you're going nuts. I'm like, no, I'm not. When y'all
Yes, you are.
find out,
Or at the very least, if that's too much for you, you are believing things that are untrue. You have fallen for people telling you things that are not true, and it is hurting you.
what's happening in our government right now, when it comes to flourishing, y'all are gonna be like, he was right.
All right. That's how it goes, though. You already know.
Remember that he just said everyone's going to tell him he's right. Let's see how that goes over the next 5 minutes.
All right, so check it out. Start explaining if, since we only have, 24 minutes, how about you go and explain everything that you can so I can utilize the AI that I currently have with the recording to at least get.
This dipshit calls himself a lawyer, and then when people call him at traffic stops, he uses fucking ChatGPT to give him advice. This is disgusting. This is illegal. This is fucked up.
Started on something.
Okay, I should say allegedly. I'm not positive it's illegal, but he calls himself an attorney and charges people for legal advice. Unauthorized practice of law! Your disclaimer doesn't matter when you're still doing the thing.
So I have a court hearing next Friday that I need.
Next Friday? Not this Friday, but next, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
And what happened with that was,
real
they
quick,
pulled
do
me
you know
over.
what the hearing is for?
Yes, it's the same stuff that my first case that they found me guilty, didn't sentence me to jail time, but created a security bond so they could throw it in their fucking slush fund and tell me I got to pay them again. So, like, I don't know where to start because the whole sheriff thing comes in with a disorderly conduct they just found me guilty of after not meeting any aspects of the rule
Of the statute. Yeah.
And it's just,
You took it to trial? That disorderly conduct?
Also, how disrespectful that you're smoking a joint while providing a service for someone. Seriously? That's so fucking rude. You're trying to give this guy what is tantamount, I'll say, to legal advice, and you're smoking a fucking joint? Rude.
no, they found me guilty in the district level in a little dungeon room with no recordings or anything. The only evidence is damn judge what he jotted down, and I caught both sheriffs and the clerk.
Oh, and he
Clerk
can't even hold it. What a bitch.
of courts in 2 or 3 lies apiece.
I'm not a narc, I just want people to be professional when they're providing services to people. That dude can get high all the fuck he wants, but if he's dealing with a customer or even a friend that he's providing legal advice to, he should probably not be all fucked up.
And he didn't take it into any consideration. And I'm going hard, bro. You're affecting my marriage. You're affecting my life. I want to go hard. So
I don't want
what
to
I
affect
need
your
to
marriage
do-
in a bad way. Oh, shit.
This is the prequel to Divorced Dad Energy.
it's already there because she has friends that are police officers, so what they tell her, she tends to believe. And it drives me crazy,
Dude,
but I
what the
understand where
fuck?
she's
He's a messy as fuck smoker, too. It's just gross.
I understand because I was the
Like,
same
at this
way.
point, get a bong or something. Like, clearly the smoke is too harsh. What are you doing? Get a vaporizer. Take edibles. Why are you doing this to yourself?
Before I actually looked the shit up and seen it with my own eyes. So, So for this case on next Friday, I need a motion to dismiss. And I want to do like judicial notice to the whole rule act. I want to do judicial notice to the Chevron doctrine. And I want to do, what else did I want to do here? Jurisdictional relevance and
Benekagami says, honestly, weed heads need to chill with this stuff. I'm all for having fun, but a lot of them legit have problems with weed and are in denial. Yeah, I've had that problem. I've chilled out recently, which is good, but I've definitely had that problem where I overdid it to the point where I was trying to self-medicate for issues. I was trying to, like, escape. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Can definitely be a thing. Just because you can't become necessarily chemically dependent on it in the same way as, like, heroin or something doesn't mean it's not addictive. Doesn't mean it's not psychologically addictive and can be used in an unhealthy way.
yeah, because, well, here's the thing.
Okay.
The charges that they're charging me with that I'm going to court with on next Friday
What
were
are they?
already dropped.
Yeah, I think it was Magos, so I'm not sure. This is from 3 months ago. I think Chevron was overturned by then, was it? Or was this right before?
They were already dropped by another district magistrate.
Okay,
because
now
there
what
was
are the
no-
charges?
All right, hold on a second.
Okay.
And actually, the sheriffs are pulling up right now.
No way.
Look, swear to God.
No way.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, can you guys find another time? You guys.
Well, this is about to be really stupid. Swancroak, what do you want me to look up on Black's Law? Incapacity? Will do. Let me check that real quick.
Find another time here?
Don't talk. Stop talking. Stop talking. You reserve all rights.
For you?
I reserve all rights.
Okay, all right.
It's on.
Well,
you just talk.
okay.
They knew where he was. Does he just have his car parked here? And he's, like, living there? Like, if you gotta live in your car, like, I understand that that's just a situation people go in, but you gotta find places where you're allowed to park or move where you're staying. Because, like, people are assholes. And even though you're in a really hard situation and you don't have a choice, frankly, there's going to be nosy people that are going to be assholes no matter what. So you got to move around to make sure that you're not spending too much time in any place so you don't get the cops called on you. Like, again, I know that's shit. I know that's not fair. But you got to work with the society you have, not the one you want.
Talk. So, here you go. This is your copy. All right.
That was the best one.
All right. So, I need you to step out here, put your hand behind your back, Mr. Nair.
Oh, it's a warrant. That's an arrest warrant. That's great. Arrested on stream, arrested on stream. That's so cool and not at all cringe. Incapacity. Almost there. Ooh, in camera. I love that play. Incapacity, want of capacity, want of power or ability to take or dispose, want of legal ability to act, inefficiency, incompetency, lack of adequate power, the quality or state of being incapable, want of capacity, legal qualification, inability, incapability, disability, incompetence. What's the charge? Enjoying a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
You're gonna back the fuck up off me. I'm gonna comply.
Okay.
I'm gonna comply peacefully. You're gonna back the fuck up off me, and I'm gonna inspect this.
Yeah, let him read it.
Put your hands behind your back, Mr. Nair.
Hey, he needs to read. He needs to read the warrant.
Let me fucking read the warrant.
Drag him out, put him to the ground. Drag him out, put him to the ground.
For what? For what crime? For what fucking crime, dude? What the fuck?
Oh my gosh.
What the fuck is your problem? This is like,
put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
I'm not sure what he was arrested for, some previous thing. I'm not sure, though.
Get your fucking hand behind your
It also says wife attacks in Discord on the title, which I'm assuming means probably the guy's wife is gonna get on the Discord and be like, hey, this is you guys' fault for making my husband believe this crazy bullshit, which she wouldn't be entirely wrong.
Be nice. Hey, be nice, dude. There's no reason to be mean.
Oh, that'll help. Shouting be nice at the cops. You think that's gonna help? Great.
There's no reason to be mean. He's innocent.
Give me a hand, yeah. Put your hands behind your back.
Hey, just be nice.
Okay, I'm back. Cameron, tell my friend.
Okay, Steve, I got you, brother. Calm down.
Talk to my wife.
Okay, Steve, just be cool, brother. We'll get it taken care of.
This is
Just
all
be calm.
recorded on YouTube, bro.
Yep, it's
This is
going
all
on.
recorded.
It's all
I am
recorded. Don't-
relaxed.
Yep, you did
Stop
perfect.
fucking jerking on my shit.
Hey, Steve, stop talking, Papa.
This is
Don't
not
say
the
another
proper
word.
way to talk to somebody.
Steve,
Call him Papa?
stop talking. Don't say another word, Steve. Steve, do not say another word.
This is all retaliatory.
Yeah, that's the only good advice he's given is telling him to shut up.
Steve, stop talking. Steve, stop. Steve, stop talking.
Okay, three. Here we go. Is he hooked? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Get up on your knees. Hold on. All right, I got it.
All right, 814.
640.
No, not I
do our best to
take care of him. Well, I don't know. This look, he gets back on his mouth. Can I talk to him real quick?
Hey, yeah.
You think we'll call him? Yeah, I'll call him.
Hey, hello. Hey, hello.
They don't have to talk to you.
Hey, hello.
They're just gonna hang
Hello?
up.
The
God,
door.
this guy's a
Call me
dummy.
when you get in. I don't know.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
NIER.
Steve's wife, I just wanted to ask you a couple questions if you could
Oh shit! Oh no!
come on, please.
Oh, this is gonna be bad. This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt me so deeply. Hello, is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes, I can see it in your smile. You're all I've ever wanted when my arms were open wide.
Your dog.
'Cause you know just what to say, and you know just what to do.
I have that joke. I love you.
Don't get songs in my head, I have to sing them.
Sorry.
Hey, Steve's wife. Hello.
Yeah, to call her Steve's wife. I'm sure that she'll love that. Yeah, keep going, man.
Steve. Last name? Nier, Knier.
And he's 43.
He's gonna be 44 this year.
Okay, so when's his birthday?
March 11th, 1981.
Oh, so he has a birthday coming up.
Yeah.
Best music video ever. And then she's like, with the sculpture, this is how I see you. Yeah.
Do you know what his diagnosis is over for his psych?
Bipolar, depression. I don't know if he's
Does she know she's giving her husband's medical information out on the internet right now?
schizophrenic. I don't know.
I want to see if the wife actually talks.
Hello.
Is it me you're looking for? Na 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 na.
Hello.
Jesus.
So, Steve had said some things here. I don't know if I should just publicly disclose them. Looks like he was assaulted, though, already from the sheriff's office. He went to file an appeal. Then he was told he was trespassed.
Bitterin with 54 months says, "Wow, 6th sub baby. So we'll be joining a call. So we'll be joining a call for lube, a call for good parenting, botanical fissure, and a call for a sub baby name." A call for people to remember what this is referencing. Stop posting feet.
Perfectly, or there are other things that I don't know about, right? There's more to the story. I can understand that. There always is, apparently. And as much as I want to give benefit, to everybody and everything that they're going through, you never know what's going on with somebody in their situation. Am I discrediting this person? No, I don't even know this person. But what I will say is that was a wild situation. To see them just getting tased like that too, man, that was crazy. I don't know how to get updates other than to call her on the phone and try and get it recorded, which is what
Don't do that.
I guess I'll try and do now.
691.
Wild situation. I don't know what else to say. Everything that's going on, I know you've been speaking to me about those issues, and I just want to let you know, bro, it's time for you to move out that situation and get yourself into a better situation.
Fuck you! You took a vulnerable person who's clearly suffering from mental health things and fed them so much bullshit, it's ruining his life and his marriage. And hey, I don't know what the deal with their marriage was. It's not to say it would be great and peachy and fine if he didn't have this shit, but you are actively harming people, you fucking asshole. Cameron Wilson, fuck you. So tired of these goddamn people doing shit like this. Alright. We're done for the day. I'm sure we'll be covering these people again in the future. They're some of the most interesting sovereign citizen people I found in like a year or two. Just really out there, so overconfident, and they just are continuing to do this. So we'll keep an eye on them. No stream tomorrow, but I will be back Tuesday for Tinfoil. So you think he returned to a house he wasn't supposed to? I am not involved. Okay. Okay, I'll have to watch the whole video to find out. So yeah, no stream tomorrow. We will stream Tuesday for Tinfoil. Tomorrow I have electrolysis, and tomorrow I'm going to be working on the MedBed video, so that's cool. Be working on that all this week. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't want to put like a number on it. Like in my brain, I want to do it in like 2 weeks to a month. But I don't have a workflow for this yet. For my old videos, I had already developed a workflow and kind of knew what I was going to do, and I had a lot of preset stuff already, ready. I don't now. I'm basically starting from scratch. So the first video that's edited will certainly take longer than the subsequent videos, but tomorrow I am beginning actually sitting down and doing it, I'm out of the pre-prep stage, and tomorrow I am into the actual writing and gathering all the clips I want to use stage and getting them saved to my timeline. So, yeah, that's basically what's on the docket for me tomorrow. I hope you all have a good Monday and your week starts pretty well. Let's see who we're going to raid. Does anyone have anyone they want me to raid in particular on Twitch? There are multiple people streaming, so... See you Tuesday. Better than see you next Tuesday. Jack is live. I'm not sure how Jack feels about me, so... I don't know if I want to raid Jack. Just because I don't want to be awkward, Be awkward. How about this person? Who's this? Oh, the fucking National Guard thing. That sounds depressing. Here, we'll raid Granny. All right. Have a great night, everyone. I'll see you later. Adios. That's infringement. That's just infringement. All right, see you later. Bye, everyone.